Good evening. I'm going to call the Planning Commission meeting of November 14th to order. Thank you all for being here. The first order of business is our roll call.
Commissioner Sayoc.
Here.
Commissioner Bourgeois.
Here.
Commissioner Smith.
Here.
Commissioner O'Donnell.
Here.
Commissioner Talasfor.
Here.
Vice Chair Erickson.
Here.
And Chair Jensen.
Here. And Commissioner Smith, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please? Thank you, Commissioner Smith. And our next item is approval of our minutes of our last meeting of October 24th, 2012. Has everybody had an opportunity to read and review? And Commissioner Bourgeois.
I would just like to state for the record I was absent for the meeting, but I did watch the meeting in its totality and the rebroadcast on KCAT, and I will be voting on that, as well as that also pertains to item number 2 as well.
Okay, great. Thank you. Any Commissioner Talsfor?
I'll make a motion. Okay, I make a motion to approve the minutes of Wednesday, October 24th, 2012.
Is there a second?
I second.
Commissioner Smith. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? None. Thank you. Next item is written communications. We have 2 desk items tonight. One, actually, Commissioners, I think we received electronically, which is the cover sheet and color map for item number 3, the affordable housing overlay zones. And desk item number 2, I think we received at the request of Commissioner Talasfor, which pertains to item number 2, which are the conditions of approval for the Opera House. Let me know when we get to those items whether you need time to review, and just give me a high sign. The next item is requested continuances. We don't have any tonight. And the next thing we do is we do subcommittee reports. All of the commissioners are appointed by the town council to serve on the planning commission, which does our best, or does its best to interpret the policies and ordinances of the town to come up with decisions regarding land use in the town, small and large. But we also serve on other committees, subcommittees, and those could be general plan, historic preservation, and in this case, I think we had a conceptual development advisory committee meeting this evening. That's a mouthful, but it is a committee which, if you have a major or possibly controversial project, the applicant has an opportunity at the applicant's discretion to come in and present that to informal body, which is some members of the Planning Commission and the members of the Town Council, to get some feedback. So is there a report about that meeting this afternoon? Commissioner Talasfor?
Sure, I was there and Commissioner Erickson was too, and so I'd welcome you to, chime in if you have something to say. Oh, and Commissioner, I apologize. We heard 2 proposals, and one was at the corner of Winchester and Shelburne, and it was for a development of 13 homes, individual homes. And the second one was on Union Avenue, south of Blossom, or north of Blossom. We said north, right? We decided it was north of Blossom Hill. And so I think we all gave our opinions about it. The most outstanding opinion that was really verbalized was that the price and the number of housing that they were offering was not something that the town at this point probably needed, and it was for homes that were 2,000 square feet and over. And at this point, I think we've identified that in several of our papers that that's not something we're looking for. However, we were not that discouraging for the Union Avenue property. Do you want to add anything?
Thank you, Commissioner Talasfor, and Commissioner Smith or Commissioner Erickson. Before we go further, some housekeeping items. If any of you have any electronic devices, that's perfectly fine, but we would just ask that you put it on silent. So, because if it does go off, it can be distracting, and it can also, if you're by a microphone, feedback. So if you would just take a moment to silence your devices, we'd appreciate it. And the way we're going to proceed is on the items that come before us, except for the very first one we're going to do, which I'll explain. We will get a report from our staff who's been working on the particular item. I'll then give commissioners an opportunity to ask questions of staff about that item. I will then call forward the applicant and any members of the applicant's team have a cumulative 5 minutes to talk to us about their project. Following that, I'll ask for anyone else in the audience who wants to talk to us, and whoever that may be has 3 minutes. For anyone who speaks, the commission, any member of the commission may have questions for you, so please don't run away from the podium. Wait to see if there's a question for you first. There may well not be, but if there is, then please wait for it. Once that's done, then the applicant on the project has an opportunity to come back in front of us and talk to us for 3 minutes about any issues that have been raised during the course of the additional public testimony. The applicant does not need to do that, but has that opportunity, and again, commissioners can ask questions. Following that, I will close the public hearing, and I'll allow the commissioners to ask staff more questions they might have, and then the commission will debate the issue before us and will reach a decision. And some of the issues, actually 2 of them tonight, what the Planning Commission is going to do is not make a final decision, but make a recommendation to the Town Council. So on items 2 and item 3, what the Planning Commission is going to do is go through its normal process, but instead of the Planning Commission being the final deciding body, the final deciding body is going to be the Town Council, so there will be an additional hearing on those 2 items. With that, what we do next is invite verbal communications, and at this time in our agenda, anyone who is in the audience who wants to talk to us about something that is not on tonight's agenda. So what's on tonight's agenda are 146 Bellridge Drive, the theater, and the affordable housing overlay zones. If you'd like to talk to us about something that I haven't just mentioned, this is your opportunity, and you come forward, and you have 3 minutes if you'd like to do so. Okay, I don't see anyone. And before I start, I'm going to just point out these, I'm going to call them yellow cards that are in the benches in front of you. So if you'd like to talk to us, we want to get your comments and who said them recorded accurately in our minutes, especially since the decisions we make tonight are going to go forward to another hearing, so the Town Council will look at what happens here, and we'd like to have your name and your information so your comments can be recorded accurately. And so if you haven't already done so and you decide that you want to speak, just please make sure that a card gets to our clerk at some point before you leave so that we have your name and your information. And with that, we'll go to our first item, which is on what we call our consent calendar, and that's 146 Bellridge Drive. It's an architecture and site application, S-12-065, and it's an application to essentially expand a single-family residence by, I think it's 438 square feet, which would take it over the floor area ratio guidelines for its lot. However, other than that, it's fully compliant with all of our policies and ordinances, so if that is the case, then the item seems to be not controversial. The staff has an option of putting that on what we call our consent calendar, and we will go forward without the hearing and the debate that I've described and just make a motion on it without a public hearing, essentially. However, any member of the commission or any member of the audience may pull an item from the consent calendar. And if you do that, we will just hear it in its normal course with the kind of hearing that I described for you earlier. So is there anyone in the audience or the commission that wants to pull item number 146 Bellridge Drive from our consent calendar? Okay, seeing no one, is there a motion? Commissioner Sayoc?
Okay, I move to approve consent calendar, which contains 1 item located at 146 Bellridge Drive, architecture and site application S-112.12-065.
Is there a second? Commissioner Bourgeois? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Passes unanimously. And that will bring us to item number 2, which is 41 North Santa Cruz Avenue, architecture and site application S-12-023, and conditional use permit application U-12-016. This pertains to the theater on North Santa Cruz. Planning Commission did hear this on October 24th, but only for architectural purposes. Tonight it's also on for conditional use permits, so there was a bit of a different notice that went out. So I'll look to Ms. Avila if you have a report.
I just wanted to alert the commission that we did receive one communication that came in after the desk item was prepared and printed, and since it came in beyond our deadline, it did not reach you, but I have applied, so I've made copies of it and given it to Ms. Quintana, who submitted the letter, and she'll provide that letter when she speaks under the public testimony portion of the hearing.
Ms. Prop, is it possible for us to get that letter before Ms. Katana comes up so we don't have to spend time reading it while she's speaking?
If that is the commission's desire, that can be accommodated.
Yeah, can we please do that? We'll just take a second to look at it now. And this would be your opportunity to also look at the CUP for the Opera House if you haven't already done so. Mr. Bourgeois?
I don't know if this is a point of order or what, but could I ask Commissioner Talesfor, since she requested that, I'm assuming there was something specific in there. I'm assuming she requested us to see that CUP for a reason. And so instead of reading through every last condition, I'd like to focus in on what her intent was.
That's fine. Commissioner Talesfor, enlighten us.
Yes, the reason I asked for it was because in the staff report and the, I think, letter by the applicant, they referenced the Opera House. And so that's, to me, since this is now including events beyond movies, that's why we needed to see this, because it was referenced.
And if you just give me a nod or other signal when you're ready to proceed, we'll do that. Okay, it looks like everybody's folded their papers. Sorry for the delay. This, again, is the theater project. I have a single card. So there's a lot of you out there, but Mr. Colsat? Now's your opportunity, Mr. Colsat. You have 5 minutes.
I was anticipating an introduction by staff, so. Okay, I'm Gary Colsat, architect and applicant for this project. So we're back talking about, we've re-looked at the theater as far as lighting and as far as some architectural features. And we have, I have some feedback for you on that. And I'd like to first direct your attention to a revised sheet A6 with a date of 11/5. Just a couple minor things. We took a critical look at the shape of the entry, the columns, and the steps, the step walls, and we decided to keep those in place, not do fluted columns, not do lighted or any kind of a capital detail. We're going to keep it the way it is. Well, that'll allow us to maintain that wainscot, the tile wainscot that cuts across the whole building. And in addition to that, we're going to expand the wainscot to either pilaster on the ends of the building. So we're cutting off, there's a base that's added there, about 3-inch padded out base. At that pilaster, we're going to cut that off, and we're going to just continue the tile. So from end to end, it'll have one continuous look. We have some samples of some tile. I have a pattern for you that I want to present. This wainscot is 4 feet tall from the sidewalk, and when you get up to the front doors, it's 3 feet in height. The decorative pattern.
You can pull that mic out if you like to.
Okay. The decorative pattern will be about 12 inches tall, and that'll be continuous horizontally all along. The field tile slopes down and increases in height. This will be a 2-color tile pattern. This will be a contrasting darker color for this pattern. This will be 1-by-1 mosaic tiles, which will help us make those tight curves really smoothly, and then the field will be a 2-by-2. Currently, the tiles there are 3-by-3s, and they're a little bit rough going around the corners. And I have some colors. We're not 100%, but we're working Fire Clay Tile Company in San Jose. They're a very historic tile company. They do great, wonderful colors. We're looking at either a green or greens or an aqua and a turquoise or dark blue. Another little thing we decided to do was to change the railings from pipe railing to horizontal. Still keep it horizontal, but we're going to use rectangular shaped material, more like it'll be a painted wrought iron. But the pattern will remain the same. I want to direct you now to sheet A11, which we submitted on 11/5 as well. That's a lighting plan. That's a floor plan that shows both the ground level and the balcony level, indicating existing lighting and proposed lighting. On the lower floor, you can see all the recessed lighting that's shown up in the ceiling. Quite a bit of lighting there, and we're adding a few lights where we have extended the marquee.
Can I stop you just for a second?
Yes,
We
ma'am.
have an A10, but I don't know if we have an A11.
A10.
Okay.
That's what I'm talking about, yeah. It's dated 11/5. The lighting for the upper level is shown on that plan as well. And it also is shown on our elevations. So you can go back and forth between the plan and the elevation. We've done extensive research, and my gut was true, and we're going to stick with neon. It's much more efficient in the long run, and much better lighting. And it's also historic. We're going to keep the existing letters, and we're going to reuse those, and we'll just refurbish neon if it needs it. And also the vertical blade sign, we're going to keep that and just refurbish that. And then, of course, the letter boards will be backlit like they are now. All the other lighting is shown on the plan. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer any of those. And one more thing, there was a question about the shadow boxes and the signage in there. I don't know if you can see that, but that's where the existing posters are, and we are proposing to use LCD TV screens that I tried to do a stop movie thing. So you can see it in this example, in this exhibit, in this exhibit. They are flashing, but they don't, there's no sound on that.
I'm going to let you wrap up. Your time is up, but I know that a lot of us have questions. If you have something else you want to wrap up with, that's fine, but we can also ask you questions if you prefer.
No, I just wanted to touch base on the CUP, that we're modifying the existing CUP, that we're going to maintain the 2 theaters. That's always been the goal. The special events were just to augment not only the community as an opportunity to use this theater, as well as the upper floor as more of a party room. It doesn't have to have alcohol, but that we are requesting the permission to serve alcohol in these special events with food.
Okay. Questions for Mr. Colsat? Commissioner Talasfore.
Of course, I'm going to start with the lighting because that's where I ended off. Thank you for your explanation. And I probably am one commissioner that's happy you're going to be reusing the neon, because that is historic, and you said it is going to work for you as well, so that makes me feel good. But anyway, I wanted to ask you, so you have the lighting, the picture frames for the posters. Are those, you in your report, in your elevation here on A6, it's that you said, or in the lighting, I'm sorry, A10, is that all LEDs can be dimmed? Does that mean also that those picture frames could also be adjusted for color? And the reason I'm asking that is because since you're adding an extra one closest to the sidewalk, I know they can give off a very intense light that would definitely change the ambiance of the street. So I just needed to know if those can be dimmable or not.
Well, we all know what a TV looks like, so you can change that a little bit. It has to read so you can see it from the sidewalk. I want to correct your statement about we're adding another shadow box. We are not adding another shadow box. There are currently 2 on each side,
Right.
and then there's a ticket booth. So we're taking away the ticket booth. That's just going to be a plain wall. We're taking away the 3rd shadow box, which is currently on the sidewalk, because that will be a storefront.
Okay, so
That
I'm
clear?
looking, okay, if I look at A10, and I see, it's the bottom elevation with the covered entry. I just need you to explain this to me. So I see, I don't know how to explain those. They look like little, the wall goes,
Yes, they step in.
right, they
Yes.
step in, thank
Yes.
you. So are you planning on putting the frames only on the first, not the first one closest to the sidewalk, but to the second and the second steps? Am I making myself clear?
What you might notice on the very first one is that there's a cross hatching in there,
Okay.
which is
I'm
indicating.
old, my eyes, right?
Oh, yeah, I need to zoom in,
Yeah.
right?
I cannot see that, so that's why I'm asking you.
Okay. And just as a point, we would love to provide you full-scale plans. Doesn't save us any money.
I know.
I know it's easier to handle, but it's harder to see.
That's okay. If you can explain it to me, I'm happy.
Okay.
So you're saying
This works
that
pretty
those
well here.
first 2 steps will not have,
This one right here,
Yes.
that's where the old ticket booth, or the current
Right.
ticket booth is.
Yes.
And we're just going to fill that in.
okay,
And then there'll just be plaster with the tile down below.
fine. So it's going to be, thank you, it's going to be the second two steps
one,
that
this
will
one.
have the,
This one and this one.
thank you. That is so
Welcome.
perfectly clear to me. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Other questions for Mr. Colsatt? Commissioner O'Donnell?
Mr. Colstat, we received, and I don't know if you've received it, a letter this evening after the start of the meeting from Ms. Quintana. Have you seen that letter?
Yes, I have.
Okay, well, I just want to make sure you'd seen it. I'm sure there'll be some questions that are raised there, so I just want to double check that you had it. Thank you.
Yes.
Other questions? Commissioner Bourgeois, I'm just going to go down the line.
Thanks. This might actually be a question for staff. I want to pose it here, and maybe staff can chime in. I want to talk about the proposed additional retail space. So that's basically going in the spot where the ticket booth is now, and there's going to be a new facade to the front to Santa Cruz Avenue. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And
Yeah.
so I don't see that explicitly laid out in the CUP. I was just wondering, under the conditions of approval, I didn't see, what that space would be used for. Is it retail? Is it restaurant? Is it, I'm just want
It's
some clarification
retail,
on that.
and retail is a permitted use, so that's why it's not, it doesn't have to be approved as part of the CUP. The front facade improvements are part of the architecture and site application. So they are taking an existing space that's currently part of the theater building now and converting it to a retail space, and there'll be matching storefronts.
So currently that space is zoned for retail, but they're using it for a
It's-
ticket booth, or is it both?
It's a ticket booth, and it's also just some interior space that's part of the theater building itself. I don't know if it's an office or storage or something, but it's part of the interior floor plan.
Okay.
So they're converting some existing floor area to retail.
And so they don't need that explicitly spelled out in the CUP because it's already,
No, because
Zoned that
retail
way.
is a permitted use in the C2 zone.
okay. So we're basically just approving the architecture and site on that
Yes.
component.
Commissioner Sack, you had your hand up.
I do. So, Mr. Colsett, I'd like to focus more on the CUP now. So, so my understanding is you're going to continue the 2 movie screens, and are those 2 movie screenings downstairs, or will you also use the upstairs for regular movie screenings? Non-special event, I should say, movie screenings.
Have you've been inside the theater? Okay. So originally it was a 1-screen theater. And then in 1988 or 89, during the retrofit after the earthquake, they added the 2nd screen. And they did that for revenue and et cetera, and also for variety. But the screens were compromised and the theater were compromised. We want to bring back the grandeur and of the original screen and the original stage. That'll be the primary theater room. We're converting all of the offices and the old the film projection room upstairs to a screening room up there. That will not have severe tiered seating or stadium seating. It'll be more of a flat 2-level mezzanine 2nd floor, which will with a brand new staircase from the lobby that goes up, as well as an elevator, and they'll have bathrooms up there as well. So yes, that'll be a 2nd movie theater upstairs, and it'll also serve as the primary special events room because it has flexible seating.
So if I could just continue. So during the special events then, you would then block off that upstairs just for your special event screenings and regular movies and regular movie patrons would not be able to go upstairs, is that?
If the special event was only for that room, yes.
Okay. And so how are you defining special events? Because under the CUP, I mean, it makes sense, the award ceremonies, corporate movies, corporate meetings, private celebrations, fundraisers, that makes sense. But if you could just elaborate on the movie screenings and the television broadcasts and how there's also in your letter that regular people from the public just can't attend these. So are these going to be specifically sponsored events where you purchase tickets ahead of time? Or are these events where someone, if it's a Friday night and I wanted to watch the Kentucky Derby, I could go and purchase a ticket and go upstairs?
No, these will be special events that, for example, like the Kentucky Derby, which happens once a year, and it's not like it's just the baseball game or something. And the idea is to have a VIP list, or someone could rent that out. Even the theater people could sell that, pre-sale tickets like that. But it's not like you just turn the TV on and then, oh, we're going to open up the bar to everybody. That's not what the idea of the special events are.
Okay, so the special events, just to clarify, those would be preset sailed tickets. And would we then be able to specify what those events are? Because right now it just says movie screenings, and so that could just be your everyday movie screenings. And so I just need a better understanding, or perhaps that's us working with staff, better clarification on what that specific use would be.
We have several ideas of what we want to use this theater for, the second theater. And there might be James Bond, whatever the next movie comes out, and we might offer select passes to this, and limited in number. Yes. But we're also talking about special events like theater, speakers, lectures, corporate events that they're not, some of these aren't sold tickets, some of them are, people sponsor this and you're invited. It could even be a wedding reception, a 50th anniversary party, something like that, where they could use that screen as well.
Okay.
I actually didn't take the privilege to follow up on Commissioner Sayak's questions because I was curious about that too, and I must say I'm more confused. When I read it, I assumed that you were converting the downstairs to one theater where you'd show, for lack of a better term, commercial movies, and I walk up there and go to the movie, and that the upstairs was a private space for sale, so that if I wanted to invite my friends to watch the Kentucky Derby, I would take over that space. Not that you would be selling commercial-run movies or showing commercial-run movies up there. Am I right or am I wrong?
Primarily, it's a second movie theater.
Okay.
That's always been what we've wanted to do here. And I think part of it is possibly what you might be reading in the paper or hearing on the street. And it's never intended to be a bar space. Okay.
Oh no, that's not.
And there will be times when there will be sold tickets.
Yeah, my assumption comes from only reading the staff report and what the proposal was. And so it seemed odd to me that you would have a commercial run movie with 94 seats, number one. And then if you were going to have special events, I always assumed that meant if you were comparing yourself to the Opera House, that what the staff was, that was a space that was rented out for use for whatever function you wanted to rent it out for, wedding reception, Kentucky Derby, Super Bowl, and that for those things the bar would be open, etc. So my concept from reading this of what you wanted to do, and I'm still not clear, I have to say, is that the space upstairs would basically be solely for special events. But what you're saying is that you would run two movies, and one of them would have 94 seats and one would have 300 or whatever it is. Okay?
Yes, that's more accurate. Yes.
Okay. Commissioner Erickson, you did have your hand up. Do you still have a question? I'm going to try to go in order.
So a couple of minor questions, Mr. for clarification. In the CUP conditions of approval in 3 and 4, there's a phrase used, public school production, so forth, that wouldn't be included in the special events. My questions are really a question of clarification. Literally public schools, is that what your understanding is, or is it really K through 12? So as an example, would a group from St. Mary's School if you don't understand the question I'm asking,
We would not discriminate, of course.
So,
Yes.
so is the intent to make it a K through 12 school use? Is that what the intent is? Those kind of uses being excluded from the special events?
Those are part of the special events, what I understand.
Well, part of the count, so
Right.
they don't count against the 10 in a month.
Or do they? No, they don't.
They don't.
Okay.
Right. So
Oh.
so I think, unless I'm misunderstanding, it's not really a public school versus private school issue.
It's a
a
school.
school
It's a
issue.
school.
Okay, that's-
Children.
That's
yeah,
perfectly,
okay,
yeah, I
okay.
just wanted to be sure,
Okay.
because that language would then be more restrictive than potentially the owners intended. There's also in condition of approval number 4, a suggested limit of 4 hours to a countable event. Are there types of special events that might run longer than 4 hours, say 5 or 6 hours? Is that length of an event counting as a single event, is that too restrictive?
That would be too restrictive. We might have events that might be a corporate training that might go, 10 o'clock to noon and then 1 to 5 or something like that.
Would 6 hours be better?
I think so.
Be a better?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
A third question, Madam Chair, if that's okay. In the letter that you provided, it refers to the intended use being from 12 noon to 2 a.m., 7 days a week. The present CUP provides for 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. Is the intent to not change? There's no proposal in the staff report to change the hours of operation. So I was trying to reconcile what was in your letter with what the...
That letter has not been revised and updated to where we're currently wanting to keep it from 9.
Okay, fine.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Just-
thank
just
you
a
for asking
clarification,
that. Yes.
Commissioner Smith, you haven't had an opportunity yet. Do you have a question?
I do, thank you. First of all, I want to acknowledge you, Mr. Colsat, for the changes that you have made, because you took our comments very seriously, and I, for one, appreciate the modifications to the exterior. I think that it really gave a sense of confidence in me that the exterior was going to look as we all hope it will look. So I want to thank you and thank the owners of the building. I do have some questions about the CUP and the operating side, and I realize that you're the architect, and so I'm not sure that you should be that you will be the one with the most knowledge of answering these questions. But I'll go ahead and ask them.
I'll do my best.
Okay. One question I have is about the economic viability of the theater, because we know that there's small theaters have such a hard time now, and I think that was expressed in the original application. So I'm confused as to reducing the current seating from 492 to 388, and how that's going to affect the operating revenues. Or, and this is my question, do you expect the special events to be carrying the load, the bigger load of this theater?
Yeah, the latter. You don't make any money on movie tickets. You don't make any money. You make money on your food, your drink, and special events. And the retail element will help us as well. And let me make it clear. This ownership group, bless their hearts, they're not in here to make money. They want to break even. If they're going to make money, they wouldn't be doing this. And I think you guys need to understand that, because they turn this into a full-on retail thing, and they can make a lot more money doing that. So it's everything we can do just to keep it even and not lose money. And that's why we need to do these special events.
Oh, well, then that brings me to just a couple of more questions, and I need to clarify what you said. 2 movie screening rooms will be in use at all times except when there is a special event on the second floor, and that's what you're saying. Am I understanding that correctly?
As long as there's a need and a supply and demand, it's supply and demand. If they find that we can't sell 2 movies a night, you know, or we'll have limited hours for the second screening. But yes, that's the intent. That would be great if we could keep 2 movies going all the
Well,
time.
then I'm going to ask the question in terms of 3D capacity. Is there 3D capacity in either one of these theaters?
There will be 3D capacity in the main theater,
In the main theater, okay.
at least.
In terms of the alcohol beverages, and the screening room upstairs, I wasn't quite sure if that is, even when I looked at the plans, if that was, there's a screening room and then there's a separate reception room where the alcoholic beverages would be served if there was some type of reception. Am I correct with that, or is it all one contiguous room up there?
It's all one contiguous room, and it'll be sealed off. It'll be able to be contained in one particular room. Yes.
And so, so what you're saying is there won't be a spillover into the balcony, or there will be a spillover?
There will be a lobby. We're actually revising some of the interior right now. We have created another upstairs hallway that has actually made the screening room a little bit smaller, a little bit shorter. And that actually works out much better for our use, because now we can have access. Someone could go up those stairs and go to a restroom and come back down and not enter our theater. Someone could leave that theater into a hallway and then go into a restroom without interrupting the movie.
Okay, so I think that's what happened. When I looked at the original plans, I couldn't quite see how that was going to work.
We've been
up there.
refining it, yeah.
All right. And then I just have a comment, and it might be for you or for staff. I know in under special events E, where it says no other form of entertainment such as live music would be allowed. However, in the CUP, you are stating that theatrical musicals can be performed, and so those two things seem to be conflicting with each other. So we can have live music if we're having a theatrical production, but otherwise you cannot. That's either a question of staff or of your intent.
I think that's our intent, but I think that the staff could better define what is entertainment and what is a musical. And in musical, I mean, if you're singing, is that live entertainment? Yes, it is, but by definition, and I think that's when you guys are looking at your entertainment policy, that's definitely going to come up. But we would like the opportunity to have plays, and if someone needs to sing, or if they're going to strum a guitar or something like that, you know. But most of the time, you know, you have music that's on tape. It's pre-recorded music.
All right, thank you.
Commissioner Talasfor.
Thank you. I also appreciate the changes, especially the neon, because that's such a throwback, so thank you. And the tile. And I'm comforted knowing that the tile, I think, goes back for review to the HPC. Is that correct?
That's right.
Yeah.
Yes.
And the just one other thing about the lighting, and that is that with the dimmers, I would imagine you would be working with staff in establishing the right level for that, for the theater lighting. Is that correct?
On the exterior lighting?
Yes.
We weren't planning on it. I think we can do a good job on our own.
Okay. Well, all right. I hope you can. Hope it's I know you'll be very tasteful. But anyway, so that I want to get off of that for now, except that it does lead me to the upstairs again with the window wall. So how do you provide screening? How am I trying to say?
Let me answer that.
How do you dim the light? Are you planning on tinting the windows so that they aren't as bright? Help me out about how can you see a film when you've got a window wall?
We have several solutions for that,
Okay.
and it's going to work. But there'll probably be sliding panels and for insulation and acoustics, as well as heavy curtains.
Heavy curtains. in
So
front.
that balcony is only there for when that theater is not being used as a theater, but more for other special events.
That you put that there.
That's right.
Okay, and I think I understand your business plan for the most part. I mean, it sounds like you're trying to do a lot of things, which is sort of problematic for a CUP and us to capture everything. And I think tonight we're trying to be specific because a lot of what our questions were not answered by either plans or reports or anything. So please bear with us on this.
Sure.
Because it's not just you and the owners. I think that, I believe that you're being sincere with trying to keep this as primarily a film cinema. But we have to be careful about the next owner and how this could be interpreted. So please bear with us on that. So what I needed to understand, though, is when you have a private event, let me ask this question. Could a special event close the theater in general? So the movie sections could be closed out, et cetera, et cetera. How would you notice people? Because film times are always in the newspaper. Is it just, take me through that. And then also, this would help me, maybe it'll help the rest of us. Could you take me through a perfect business week at the theater? What does that look like with events? Because when you planned this, when they planned it, they had something in mind. I need to understand how it's all going to be working.
A perfect business week?
Perfect business
Do I
week,
have to
and
re-
also will the events, how are you closing the theater and letting people know, et cetera, et cetera? Because it sounds like you said one of the conditions is that 75% would be movies, but this 25% of the business is going to be special events, so that's a lot.
Well, maybe I can address the notification, for example. If the whole theater is going to be in use without it showing movies, there's several ways we'll do that. We'll have it on our letterboards. We'll say closed Thursday night for a special event. We'll have that. We have a relationship with the newspapers, and then there's Flickster or whatever it's called. So people checking movie times on with the app. Okay, so that's all. We can do the best we can, and I'm sure there's going to be people that are disappointed. There's a lot of people that let's go see a movie tonight after you have dinner, and it may not be available, and that's part of what we're going to have to live with. You might have a special event on a Tuesday night, or a Saturday night, or a Sunday afternoon. You might have a special, which could be, maybe we talked about the wedding anniversary party. That might be on a Sunday afternoon or a Saturday afternoon. So those matinee times may be, compromised a little bit. There may be an event where you have the whole weekend taken up for like a series of shows for a play or something, So you're going to have that. It's going to happen. And we're going to just do our best to advertise for that. Okay. And hopefully the special events garner more attention and more customers. So it actually, does the intent for us.
So is your intent for movies or special events? Because I'm hoping it's to present movies, but that's primarily what you say.
It's primarily a movie cinema house.
Right. Okay. That's all for now.
Commissioner Bourgeois and then Commissioner O'Donnell.
Just to follow up on that point, hearing you talk about your business plan has got me a little concerned about if we have 10 special events per month and they all fall on a Friday or Saturday night, every weekend this is no longer a movie theater and this is a special event house. And I think our intention would be that we would want to keep this as a movie theater. And so do you see, can you...
Well, okay, let me address that because that's come up quite a bit. If you are going to go out to see a movie, what night do you normally go out to see a movie? Friday night or Saturday night? Okay. In general, that's the busiest nights of the week for the movie theaters. So that's probably when they're going to try to maintain those movies because that's when they're going to get the most customers and the bang for the buck for the movie theater. It's the off nights, it's the Sunday night, it's the Tuesday night, it's the Thursday afternoon. No one's in that movie theater. Those are the times that we want to have the opportunity for special events. And we're not saying we're going to have 10 a month, every month. There might be a month where there's 2 or 3. And there might be a month, maybe in December, that you have, or June, wedding, time, that you have the full 10. So really, we really don't want to alienate our regular customers for the movies. Again, it's Los Gatos Theater, it's a movie theater. So that's what we're really trying to do. We're just trying to leave some flexibility. We're all trying to figure this out. The ownership group that bought this are not in this business. So they're going to rely on their management team and their marketing team to figure this out. We're asking you for a little bit of flexibility in the CUP, and I think it's going to work itself out.
Commissioner O'Donnell.
If I understand correctly, you were talking about, for example, a Bond movie. So if you were had the current Bond movie downstairs, you could also have it upstairs, right?
That's right.
The difference being, of course, I could get a drink upstairs and I can't get a drink downstairs. Is that correct?
That could be possible if it's packaged as a special event. And
If it's the same movie and you sell tickets downstairs, how is it packaged as a special event?
maybe someone's going to sponsor it and invite all their friends.
So then you couldn't show the same movie upstairs and downstairs unless you did something different with upstairs? I just want to make sure that if we have a liquor license, it's like popcorn is downstairs and liquor is upstairs. You're saying there will be a distinction so that the general public just doesn't walk in and say, I think I'll go upstairs and get a drink and watch the movie up there. Is that fair to say?
You know, I don't want to say that that's not part of the plan. That could be part of the plan. Yes, absolutely.
So the plan's really flexible. We don't exactly know what it is yet. Is that right?
It's I wouldn't say really flexible. I would say it's flexible. Yes.
Okay. You said you've seen the letter from Ms. Quintana. She'll be appearing, I think, before us, and we'll be asking her some questions. So is there anything that you want to respond to now, or do you want to wait to hear from her?
No, I'll let her address it, and I think staff will be able to answer most of her questions.
All right. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Commissioner Erickson, what's your question?
This is a question for staff as a follow-up to Commissioner O'Donnell's question. If I understand the conditions of approval correctly, it would not be possible to have a general audience movie showing upstairs where one bought tickets at the ticket booth and walked into the movies and could get alcoholic beverages. That alcoholic beverages are limited to special events. So even if there was a demand to have two theaters showing Skyfall, as an example, because there was demand for that, and it was a general ticket sale and was not a special event that was limited admission, I wouldn't be able to buy alcoholic beverages.
That is correct.
And if I may, that when I meant for sale, it's a pre-sale. It would be a pre-sale, a special event that you buy pre-sale. You not just walk up and make your decision tonight. I want to go upstairs or downstairs. So I have to retract, and if I may retract without having to come back in 2 weeks and change the minutes, I'd like to retract that and clarify that it would have to be pre-sale, which is what we said earlier.
Could I just follow up?
Let me just ask a follow-up question first. Mr. Colsatt, what I understood you to say is that you couldn't say it wasn't ultimately part of the plan to be able to come in downstairs and walk upstairs and get an alcoholic beverage. I understood the conditions to be as Commissioner Erickson described them. So what I'm concerned with is one of the issues that we have constantly had, actually recently, is the real or perceived violation of a conditional use permit. So we are being very picky about it. So I want to understand exactly what your plan is. If your plan is that ultimately you want to be able to walk in downstairs and walk upstairs and get a drink, that's something different than somehow purchasing, leasing, renting out the upstairs and having the alcohol only for that per the CUP. So exactly what is your plan?
Yeah, so let me correct my statement. It will be for pre-sale, for special use only, okay? Special events only, that's what it'll be for.
Okay, I'm sorry, Commissioner O'Donnell, you were going to follow up.
No, that follows up. Thank you.
Commissioner Talasford, before I come back to you, I'm going to go to Commissioner Smith.
I just want to be sure that I understand as well, but I have a question about the alcohol use. When you say pre-sale, would this be the owners of the theater deciding to run the Kentucky Derby and advertising? This will be a special showing of the Kentucky Derby, and we will have an open bar or a bar for purchase, drinks for purchase. This is what you're saying by special event.
Yes,
That's a yes.
That is the intent.
Okay. My impression was that special events would be where the theater could be leased out by a private group, whether a corporate group or a family group, for a private showing. And so I think that there's a little disconnect there between perception and reality. And you're giving us the reality, which is that the ownership group, as part of their operating plan, will be having their own private events that they will ask people to pay to come in per ticket for special viewings. Am I correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Earlier, I think you stated that you were not going to serve alcoholic beverages without food. Am I correct with that? Did I hear that correctly?
I thought that was a condition that the town placed on us.
If I could go, then perhaps I should ask this question more broadly of the staff. On number 3, it does say catered food and or service of alcoholic beverages. So I believe it needs to say alcoholic beverages with food or food and not and or, because otherwise it says that or you can have the event with just alcoholic beverages.
We did write into the condition the flexibility to have it either way, because it was staff's understanding that that is what the applicant was requesting. It is typical to require alcoholic beverages to be served with food only, and not just to have alcohol available with no food.
So the answer is?
But the condition is worded to allow either or.
So, commissioners, can I ask, if you have a question about how a condition is worded, or you'd like to change it, or you have some issue with it, let's ask those questions of staff when we're done with the public hearing. I think that we'll be able to get what we need from the public hearing and then go back to that. But that's not to say that you can't ask the applicant or whoever else might talk to us about what their intent is with respect to the conditions that are proposed. So there's kind of two different things there. So Commissioner Talasford.
I just wanted to follow up with something else that you said, and that was that you wanted flexibility in this CUP. Could you be specific about your flexibility at all? Or if you can't give me that answer now, when we open this up to the public hearing, you could sit down and think about it and then come back and maybe tell us, because I'm grappling, and I think we all are up here with this. And not that we don't want this to be successful or work in the favor of the town or the owners, but thank you.
I think with the flexibility is not pinning down. I have special event types 1 through 10, okay? And also being able to have a special event on a Friday and or a Saturday night. Not necessarily planning on doing every weekend, but to have some flexibility. So we don't want to see a condition that says we cannot have special events on a weekend, on a Friday or Saturday night, period. That's the kind of flexibility we're asking for.
And you did read the staff report that that said that the police did have an issue with the Friday, Saturday nights because of how busy it is down there with the alcohol. So maybe this leads to the next question. May I do this? One more, and then I'll stop. But it's about the use of the marquee patio. Can you explain to me how that you plan on using that with your special events? Can you take me through an event up there?
Let's
I
say,
mean, from people, places you put things, where they sit,
probably 95% of the time, that balcony will not be used, okay? It'll be a rare special event. Maybe it's a Sunday afternoon, maybe it's a Friday night, maybe it's a summer solstice on a Tuesday night, I don't know. Where you're not necessarily showing a movie there, and the special event would, it would be nice to flow outside, to go outside, and to be part of the street scene, part of Los Gatos. It'd be very exciting to go out there, and to, it's not going to be a Mardi Gras, okay? It's, I know where you're going.
well,
it's
we
the
have
idea.
to plan for the extreme.
Well, I'm not going to
Never know.
address. I'm not going to address the extremes. It's just if you would to go outside to enjoy either the sunlight or the stars or the ambience of downtown.
So would a bar be set up outside on the marquee
No.
patio?
No.
Okay, so that, you wouldn't be upset if that was a condition?
I'm sorry?
You wouldn't be upset if we made that into a condition?
Oh, there's not a bar, like a
Set up
temporary bar set up?
Outside, where people tend to gather at events?
No.
You wouldn't be upset if that was part of the a condition?
I would have to check with the ownership, but I think that would be acceptable as a condition.
That's all for now.
Mr. Colsat, I'm going to ask you about an imaginary hypothetical event, which would be an anniversary party or a wedding
Okay.
that's going to be held on a Thursday night on July 17th. And it's my dream wedding, and I'm going to invite all my friends, and I'm going to take over that second floor in the balcony. Maybe I'll show videos of my bachelor party. Who knows what I'll do. But my guests will probably want to go outside and enjoy the lovely July 17th, and I imagine that I'll want to have dancing. And I mention this because there have been issues in front of the Planning Commission and the Town Council about music from weddings and other events at the Toll House, where there's been DJs for weddings. So I know that we have an entertainment policy that says no live music, and you were talking about recorded music. So I'm just trying to imagine if I have my wedding there, do you anticipate that I'm going to have music with the doors open on Thursday night on July 17th so that the neighbors behind the theater are not happy?
You're assuming that the neighbors would hear the music, number one.
I am.
Okay, well, I think that would violate any noise ordinance if it's that loud.
So I could have my DJ or my band for my wedding. In the concept that you have, I could have my DJ.
Yes.
Okay. Other questions for Mr. Colsat? Okay, thank you very much, sir. Lee Quintana, this is the next card I have.
Lee Quintana, 5 Palm Avenue. Unfortunately, I left all my material at home in error, so I'm going to be speaking off the cuff, and I may not get all my numbers right, and I'm also going to put this up on the screen to try and remind me what it is that I want to talk about. And then I'd also like to ask if you would like to ask me questions before I take my time, because I have more to say than I can possibly say.
Well, why don't you go ahead and say what you want to say, and let's see what happens.
Okay. First of all, I found it very confusing as to the numbers that were given in the staff reports and that were found in the plans and in the file. Staff talks about the maximum allowed under the CUP, which was 490-something seats. On A3, which is the existing and the demo plan, if you count those up, I believe that the existing number is around 320. I think Public Works counted it at 327. If you look at A4 and you count up the number of seats, including the bottom floor, the raised balcony for the movies, the lounge, and the seats at the bar and the seats on the patio, it comes out to more like 466. So there's some confusion over that. In addition, we're told that there's no change in the actual floor coverage, the site coverage. However, A1 on the project data, it shows that there's an increase of 1,700 square feet approximately. And my question is, how can you say one with the other? And where does that extra square footage come from? Well, I finally think I figured it out. If you look at A5, which is the roof plan, you are going to be extending the existing gable roof, which only covers the back half of the theater, all the way to the front, and at the same time raising the height of the wall plate and adding a parapet to hide it. The parapet isn't to hide what's existing, it's to hide both on the side and the front. The increased parapets are to hide the proposed increase in the roof. So you're increasing the volume of the space and allowing the mezzanine to be expanded into the theater, creating the extra floor space. That's only half of what I want to talk about. I want to talk about parking, traffic, history.
So Ms. Quintana, why don't you finish the list that you've got there? Parking, traffic, and history. We do have your letter, and we all took the time to read it.
Yeah, and I didn't cover all this in the letter. The parking. I believe the staff report says that one parking space is required for 300 square feet of retail and theater in the downtown. According to the code, that's right. That requires 35 parking spaces. I personally equate a theater more like a restaurant, because people come and they sit and number of seats. Restaurants require, depending on the type, between one parking space for 3 seats or one parking space for 4 seats. That's a difference and brings up the total required parking spaces to 116 to 135. Those are numbers. The question I have also is, what are the number of spaces that this property has in the downtown parking district? As for traffic, according to Public Works memo in the file, the anticipated increase in the daily traffic is 98 trips per day, with no increase in AM peak hour, but an increase of 5 for the PM peak hour. It's my understanding that if you have 5 or more trips, peak hour, that triggers a traffic report. And also in the ANS considerations that you're required to make, one of the considerations states that if there are 5 or more trips during the peak hour increased, that's considered an intensification of the use. I could go on.
Well, I think you've got...
No, let me, real fast, story polls. Story polls, as we've heard, the intent is to notify the public and give the public an idea of the height and the visual. I think this project qualifies to have story polls, and even under the story poll policy, specifically when it outlines what is required, I believe it would qualify. And as far as historic resources go, the town's historic resource inventory states that this property is potentially eligible for historic status under a provision of institutional, I forget what. I had hoped to have that to put up, but I don't. There has been no historic report done to verify that or not. Also in the file, there are 2 pictures of the site, one from 1920 and one from 1935. And literally, the only difference I see between the 2 is the adding of the knife blade sign. So my question here is the raising of the height of the marquee in the facade due to the requirement of increasing the space in the building, and have we properly addressed the visual impact from the street and the impact on the historic streetscape? And as far as the visibility of the sign to know what's at the theater, I always know what's at the theater when I'm driving by. Any blockage is from trees, so in order to get that visible, you're going to have to take out those trees. The most visible part is in the front rather than on the sides.
Okay, let's see if there's questions for you. Questions for Ms. Quintana? I don't think so, but thank you very much. Those are the 2 cards that I have. If there's anybody in the audience that wants to talk to us about the renovation and potential changes in use to the theater, now's your time to do that. Mr. Colsatt, you can come up for 3 minutes. You don't have to.
Thank you, Lee. I would like to address some of Lee's questions. Is this on? Yes. First of all, we were able to get into the theater finally when it closed, would turn on all the lights and really examine what was there. And we discovered that there was actually more square footage on the second floor that we had initially counted. And that was on the desk item from the last Planning Commission meeting that showed that we're actually netting less square footage, if you don't count the balcony, less square footage than we have now. Total square footage. How do we get that square footage? It's the second story has 8-foot ceilings. The reason why we're raising the roof is because we're raising the floor, number one, so we can have a higher ceiling in the lobby. The lobby is being expanded, it's bigger, so we wanted to raise that ceiling for a better proportion. We also wanted to get some more height and volume for the second story, so we had to raise that roof. We're raising it 3 feet 8 inches, the front portion of that roof, which is all hidden behind the parapets. You won't see the roof because of the added parapets in the center section. The side sections have not been raised. They're existing parapets. And we actually, with the existing count of seats to the new seat count, we are right there, probably 5 less. So that should, and we're both the existing seats and the proposed seats are both well under what's allowed under the existing CUP.
Okay, any final questions for Mr. Colsatt? Commissioner Smith?
Mr. Colsatt, I realize that you're the architect, and so you're not going to operate the theater. So my question to you, though, is who is going to actually operate the theater? Is the family going to have a theater operator in there managing, or is this people they're going to hire themselves? And in other words, are they going to be involved in the management of the theater, or is it their intent to have a management company be managing the operations?
I'm curious to why you're asking.
Yes, I'm asking, one is the economic feasibility of all of that. Secondly, the family acknowledges that they do not have experience in running a movie theater. And so I was wondering if they were going to bring in experienced movie theater operators and then experienced special events people So again, it's just the whole concept of the CUP is making me ask those questions.
Okay. Well, this family does nothing but class acts, and they will hire the best people to run this thing in the best possible manner. Whether they're gonna rehire Camera Cinemas is to be decided. Or they're gonna hire the lady, Kathy Buck from up in St. Helena. She's expressed some interest to come down and help run the theater down here as well. And she has a very successful theater up there in St. Helena that we've kind of mimicked our plan after hers. So we have other people that we're talking to. So no, Mr. and Mrs. are not going to be running the theater.
They're not going to be in the box office, is what you're saying.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Commissioner O'Donnell?
Going back to some prior answer you gave, I want to make sure I understand it. When you talked about one of the questions raised by Lee was the increase in square footage. And if I understood your answer, you said your answer related only to the first floor.
Related to both floors.
So is there an increase in square footage in what I will call the second floor?
No. It's actually a decrease in square footage. And if you look at our project data on 8.5 by 11 sheet, not the one that's on the original plan, this is the revised plan, it shows that there's a reduction of 75 square feet.
Where would we find that sheet you just held up?
Probably in your packet, I would think.
I don't think so.
I don't think we have that.
Not in my packet.
Can you put it up on the screen? There you go. Thank you. Can you explain to us what is there?
This shows the existing square footage of the first floor and the second floor.
Could you just read that?
We can't see it.
I'm old like I am. I can't read.
Yeah, actually put it higher on the screen so that it's up higher, and then tell us what those figures are because it's difficult to see.
The existing theater, it totals 7,195 square feet. That includes the retail. The second floor, so it goes first floor, second floor. Second floor is 2,407 square feet, and we're actually, with the remodel, it's a reduction of 91 square feet for a total of 2316. Can't read that. So, wow, Joel, thank you.
Wow, technology.
Oh, thank
Very cool.
Always young kids. So is that more clear?
Thank you, Mr. Paulson.
Thank
All
you,
right,
Mr. Paulson.
I'm just trying to digest it. Originally, the total building was 7198, is that right?
That's the footprint.
First floor. Okay, and then the second floor is 2407 for a total of 9605. And you're saying when completed, instead of having 9605, we'd have 9530, it looks like. Is that right? Well, that's the question. The second floor is the balcony. So isn't the second floor the balcony, or am I missing something here?
The balcony is actually right here, 335 square feet.
So if we add the 335 to the 95, then it's bigger.
Yes, but that's not considered conditioned square footage. That's not considered square footage.
Well, when you raise the roof, whether the code conditions it or not, I'm trying to figure out why you're raising the roof, which you are.
Maybe I can explain.
Well, wait a minute. Let me think about that. So there is a net increase of square footage, and I'm not talking about counting or the code or anything. So it's bigger than it was before. And you're saying, if I understand correctly, the reason what I will call the roof is being raised is because the first floor ceiling is being raised 3 feet?
The first floor ceiling is being raised 1.5 foot.
then you had talked about a total raise, I thought you said 3 feet, no?
Well, the roof's being raised 3 feet. We have an 8-foot-high ceiling in that second floor. And that's not acceptable to any public gathering space at all. So
What is the present height of that second floor?
the ceiling height?
Right.
8 feet.
And you're keeping it at 8 feet?
No, we're raising it to 9, and then we're going to have the center section up to about 13.
Okay, so the roof is being raised to adjust for the second floor and 1 foot or so of the first floor.
That's correct. It's not being raised to gain any square footage. The square footage is already there.
Now, Ms. Quintana suggested that if you do that, the visibility obviously will be increased. And apparently, your raising of the parapet and the raising of the facade is to cover that?
That's correct. We do that, but to hide the roof, and you can see that in the elevation, as well as on our drawings. You can see that, as well as it also gives us a highlight, an architectural feature that we wanted to do anyway. So it kind of went hand in hand.
You mind if the total number of seats that are presently in both, what I'll call both theaters, there are 2 screens. And do you recall, I'm trying to find out whether.
390.
Okay, and then you're going to add how many upstairs?
We are totaling out again at under 390.
Totaling out be the first and the second floor?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Other questions? I actually have a question about the seats. When you calculate, well, I have 2 questions. When you calculate the total number of seats, are you calculating it based upon what I'm going to call fixed seats in the theater? Or what if I have an event and I've got seating out on the balcony? Are you counting that in the number of seats?
We are counting all the fixed seats, and as well as the occupancy of the second floor, because those are non-fixed seats, so we go by the occupancy calculations as per the code.
Okay, and those are included in our seating total, for lack of a better term?
That's correct, and that's
And-
all by the fire marshal.
Okay. And what's your understanding of why the 335 square feet on the balcony is not counted? I mean, we have various things, a basement counts, a cellar doesn't, or vice versa, I forget, but why doesn't the 335 count in your calculation of the square footage? Your understanding. And if you don't have an understanding of that, I'll ask the staff later, but what's your understanding?
My understanding that uncovered open space is not counted as square footage.
Okay, other questions? Commissioner Talasfore.
Thank you. So getting back to my original question about the flexibility that you want in the CUP, did you come up with anything that we could be, hang our hat on here?
I'm afraid I was listening to Lee, and I did not.
Okay. Go ahead, Tom.
Commissioner O'Donnell.
One last question. If we were to approve or make a recommendation this evening to approve the project, it is not beyond the realm that we might try to tighten up the conditions a little bit based on what you've told us tonight, and also based on some uncertainty this evening. So the question that you had not had an opportunity to think about a moment ago may play in the conditions we have to deal with. So the more specificity you have, the better off it's going to be. So if, for example, we deal with conditions as to special events, consecutive nights, for example, if you had Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, 1 week, there's no limitations at the moment. So is there anything that you can think of at the moment that you kind of like us to stay away from? Because we're certainly not experts when it comes to theaters, but unfortunately, you don't appear to be either. You're an architect, and I think you do a great job, but we're asking you questions about the operation of a theater. So just giving you a shot at the moment, we're going to try to deal with this, and I, for one, am very much in favor of this theater. I love this theater downtown. But we may then have to come up with some tightening of conditions. So I'm just throwing out, you've been fairly, when you say flexible, you're flexible about lots of things. So is there any of that flexibility that maybe you're not so flexible on?
I'm a little troubled that everyone thinks that we're asking for a lot of flexibility. I think we worked pretty hard with staff to be as specific as possible for the CUP. And I understand your position. I do. We don't want unrealistic conditions. What does that mean? That's a very colorful word, but let's be specific about that. I think the ownership group would strongly object to any kind of limitations on consecutive nights. As a specific item, yes, absolutely, yes.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Mr. Colsat, I just want to ask you, it's two different kinds of questions. On the second floor, if I could just visualize what that looks like today, now that I realize, thank you for putting up the numbers, because what I'm visualizing now is a smaller room with a smaller screen. So we wouldn't be showing a Bond movie downstairs and upstairs probably, because the whole theater experience is different upstairs. Would you agree with that?
I agree that it's a different experience, but I would disagree that we would not be showing a second Bond film upstairs.
So if we looked at the art on the wall, would you say that the screen is going to be bigger than that?
Oh yeah, it's sized to appropriately for the room.
To take up the whole wall, is that correct?
That's correct. It's actually very similar to the smaller screen that's there now, smaller theater.
And then if I could just pose a hypothetical for you, and this is just to give you the benefit of what at least this commissioner is thinking. I'm thinking of a Disney movie downstairs with the house packed even on a Saturday evening. And I'm thinking of Marcia's wedding reception upstairs. And the folks having a really great time. And I'm thinking of the little kids and the big kids upstairs. And I'm thinking that that's probably not going to be a mix that is a good idea. So when we talk about being specific about events, I'm just thinking about how this is going to work just feasibly, as we think about running a business, and whether or not there's any kind of boundaries or event planning that goes into, thinking about how you run it for the kids and you're running it for the grown-ups. Or let's not say a wedding party, let's say a bachelorette party upstairs. I mean, I'm just telling you that people will enjoy the upstairs a lot, but I do think there's that kind of thought, at least it goes through my mind, how the owners are going to work this out. So just to give you the benefit of what my thinking is.
I think they will employ security. I think they will train their staff to handle these situations. That you can never foresee a packed movie and then a special event being rowdy at the same time. It might happen. You have to, police that. You have to be diligent about that.
Before I go to Commissioner Talsford, let's see if there's anyone else. No, it's okay. Just want to make sure everybody's got a chance. Okay, Commissioner Talsford.
I don't mean to take up so much airtime, but all of these comments bring up more questions. And so following on Commissioner Smith, how far in advance can you book a special event? 1 or 2 hours? Does it have to be by the day? In other words, how could I call up the day before and say, hey, I want to bring 50 guys down. If you don't have anything going on, I'd like to rent it out. Or are you going to require an application, blah, blah, blah. That's sort of the plan I need to see. And one of the things, like with the Opera House, I mean, that happens, that there are plans there, they know in advance. So how far in advance can we expect, I mean, has that been decided yet?
No, it hasn't.
Okay. So I'm going to just switch something, because we didn't cover this before, and it was a question, and it's interior, and it's about the staircase. It does go upstairs.
Mhm.
And I'm looking at that, and I'm thinking there are 94 people up on the upstairs at an event. And I see one staircase. Is that one way up and one way down? And has that been reviewed by the fire department? Has that been okayed? I mean, I don't know.
Yes, we have an exit stair that's on the outside that takes you back to the alley. That's the emergency exit only, and that would
Okay.
be used only as an emergency exit.
From
There'd
the-
be an
this is-
alarm-sounded door,
Okay,
so the stairs are wide enough to handle the capacity for the second floor.
up there as well. Okay.
There's also an elevator, but
And there's an elevator as well. Okay, thank you.
Okay, any last questions? Thank you, Mr. Colson.
you're welcome.
Okay, I am going to close the public hearing. And I am first going to ask commissioners if they have questions of staff. And this, I might imagine, would be to the conditional use, well, the conditions that are proposed or something else that you might have. Commissioner Erickson.
So I'd ask the staff if there are any of the issues which were in the letter from Ms. Quintano that the staff would like to comment on and clarify for us.
Yes, traffic. The numbers that Ms. Quintana cited were from an older correspondence from engineering. Engineering took another look at traffic. I have an email from engineering, and I'll just read this to you. The memo referring to an email from Jesse Pooh, who is the Trouton traffic engineer, has since been revised. The 9-5 email did not have the correct number of seats allowed under the existing CUP, which is why there was an increase assumed at that time. The updated trip calculation gives the theater the proper credit of 492 seats as allowed under the existing CUP. When given the proper credit, the proposed use will actually decrease the average daily trips by 154.3 trips. Therefore, there are no traffic impacts.
Okay, and I'm sorry, that was from who?
That was, this is from engineering, from our associate civil engineer.
Okay. Were there other comments in response to?
Regarding the seating, the current use permit allows 492. There are not 492 seats. They're existing, as the project architect stated, there are approximately 390 seats. 388 seats are proposed under the use permit modification, and that is how the new condition is written to restrict them to 388. So I hope that's clear enough. Their approval currently is for 492, but we are modifying it to 388 per the request, and that would be the maximum number of seats that would be permitted upstairs and downstairs, all inclusive. The balcony is not considered floor area because it is open. Floor area is an enclosed space, enclosed by walls, and sometimes there's an interpretation when you have, say, 3 walls with a roof and you have only 1 wall remaining that's open. In some situations, you might say that could easily be enclosed. Maybe it should be counted as floor area. That's an interpretation. In this case, it's an open, unenclosed balcony, and it is not considered floor area. It is a space that could be used, but it is not floor space. It's not floor area, so we don't count it as FAR.
Okay, I'm just going to go, I'm going to go down that. Commissioner Erickson, was your question answered? Okay.
Quick follow-up. So,
Well, I had one other thing to add here. There was a question from Commissioner Talasfor about how far in advance an event would need to be made. There is actually a condition in there requiring notification to the police department 14 days in advance of a special event. So you couldn't potentially come in and do one the day before without notifying the police department and having them okay it. And chances are, with a 1-day notice, it would be pretty tough to pull it off. It does require a 14-day notice. And also, the plans were reviewed by the fire department and the building department, so they do look at exiting, they do look at capacity, those, the health and safety, path of travel, all of those elements.
You could start up again, I'm not sure. Commissioner Erickson.
one quick follow-up, just for clarification. In Ms. Quintano's letter, there are several references to CEQA requirements that suggest some different interpretations than what's in the staff report. Is there anything that was brought to your attention in her letter that would cause the staff to change the recommendation that they made about CEQA?
No, staff would not change its recommendation. There is one area where we cited the incorrect section. However, we cited section 15301, and that is in on page 2, and also in the recommendation and in the findings. However, there's on page 9, I think we incorrectly cited section 15303. It should have read 15301. And I did want to also point out, with regards to CEQA, Ms. Quintana did make a statement about ministerial projects. This is not a ministerial project. It is a discretionary project.
Commissioner Tassler.
It's just a follow-up about the marquee space that doesn't count as square footage, and yet it's functional. So does all square footage, I mean, if it's functional, to me, that counts as square footage, additional square footage.
It's usable space. It is not enclosed floor area. It's not heated space. It's not considered floor area by our definition of what the code defines floor area as, what's enclosed by exterior walls.
Okay. And then I just had one other, could I just say something? Ask the staff, this is a staff
A comment
question.
or a question? A question's okay, a comment's not at this
No,
point.
this is a question for staff. We have to make findings that the exterior modifications are consistent with our commercial design guidelines. And I think we're there, except that I saw a conflict with the signage on the new angled signs that are electronic. Only in this, and that is in the commercial design guidelines, under signage guidelines 6.1.2 prohibits signage types, and bullet 7 was electronic signs. Now, I'm not saying that we should or we shouldn't, but that's what is our guideline. Now, how do we get around that? Or do we make a special condition? How do we work that?
That is a design guideline. I think you have the discretion to make an interpretation
Well,
on
it
whether
said-
this is
well-
appropriate. It's not a code, so I think there is the flexibility to if the commission feels it's appropriate or it's not.
Okay.
You can certainly weigh in on that. But
The reason I brought it up is that it says prohibited. It's not, don't encourage, it's prohibited. Everything else is there, the movable letters are there, we can do that. But it prohibits that electric signage. I think it puts us in a situation of not being able to approve something that would be applicable in this case. And perhaps as we move forward into the 21st century, we have to stay away from technology and really concentrate on the physics of how things work.
That's okay. Other questions for staff? Commissioner Sayak.
Okay. I have 3, and they pertain to CUP 12, 13, and 20. So the first one, understanding Mr. Colsatt's request for flexibility as well as the town's own issues of specificity. So with the 1-year review, it says town staff shall review the CUP within 1 year from final occupancy. Does that allow, should problems occur during the year, if there are issues that come to light, during that review, can the CUP be modified?
I think if we had an issue that we felt was relevant, we would bring that to the Planning Commission. Typically, the 1-year review would be just a report back to give information and confirm that they're operating within their conditions. If they're operating in a manner that's violating conditions, then we could certainly look at revocation, and that could occur at any time.
Okay. Number 13, monitoring. A monthly schedule of events shall be provided to town staff. Is that the special events that we've been questioning? Is that what this is in regards to?
Yes, that's special events.
Okay. And then number 20, safety and security. Police chief maintains the authority to modify safety and security measures. I think the worst case scenario that either Mr. Colsatt or one of my commissioners had mentioned was the outside balcony developing into a Mardi Gras scenario. If something like that should occur, could the police chief, in essence, shut it down and say this balcony can no longer be used if it, for whatever reason, if we get traffic, increased problems, if it could be pointed to something specific, is this the mechanism for the town to feel comfortable that there are tweaks that can be made after this has been approved?
One of the conditions that's related is the requirement for an operational agreement, and that will get into specifics of operations, and that is something that the police department will be involved with developing, and that will be specific to this operator, so that if, say, the business was sold, we could redo that operational agreement and potentially modify it depending on the new owner. I think the police chief has a lot of discretion whether they could shut down the balcony. I don't know. That is beyond my area of expertise to say whether they could actually do something that extreme. I think if they were having issues with the balcony, what would probably occur is that we would schedule a meeting, we would have the operators come in, sit down with PD and with staff and go over it. We've done this with other businesses when we've had an event that caused unusual problems, and then we've gone back and reviewed it, looked at the security and what happened, what went wrong, where did we not communicate, what can be done differently in the future, that kind of thing. Try to remedy that way rather than doing something as extreme as completely shutting it down.
Other questions? Commissioner O'Donnell.
Of the conditions for the conditional use permit, there's been some discussion of music. And paragraph 3 talks about theatrical musicals or plays, which I don't have a problem with. But what is this town's position on an orchestra, a band, a DJ? How would one read this conditional use permit?
I think if there's a musical occurring and there's a small orchestra for the musical, that's part of the musical, and we would say that was permitted. Could they bring a live band in to play on the stage? No. That would be interpreted as that's not allowed. We don't have provisions for live entertainment, live music. So until we have an entertainment ordinance, they won't be able to have any kind of...
What about a DJ as opposed to live music?
When the use permit for the Los Gatos Bar and Grill was reviewed, I believe at that time the interpretation was that a DJ was not considered live entertainment. So if that has been changed, I think a DJ is considered acceptable at this phase.
But there's no reason why the use permit could not be conditioned on the absence of a DJ.
True.
Is there? Okay. Now the question I have on 15, it says the police can, they have to get 14 days notice in advance of a special event, which sounds reasonable, but that they're basically to ensure that adequate security measures are provided, not that, I glanced briefly at the Opera House conditions tonight when we came in. The restrictions there on the Opera House, as I recall, also relate to things like traffic. So I'm not trying to guess what kinds of things could go on in special events. It's not clear to me what special events are, but shouldn't the police department have a little broader discretion so that we're not impacted at Christmas time, for example, by the kind of a party which would impact downtown traffic? And so I guess I'm wondering, have you given any thought to broadening the discretion of the police department for public safety, i.e. traffic included?
I think it would be appropriate to include traffic, and security is generally the main thing, but they also look at staffing. So if there's a main event happening, there's a special event here, and there may be one at the Opera House or the Toll House or any number of other venues, sometimes they will increase their staffing based on that. So it isn't strictly security. There may be other elements. And if the commission would like to add traffic and other things that's appropriate, that's fine.
Thank you very much.
Other questions? Before you do it, I'm going to. I have I have a question about the operational agreement. And I would like to know, when you guys are done talking, how the operational agreement is different than just the police or the town enforcing the conditions that we impose. Because if I look at the existing conditional use permit, it has everything that's contained in number 9 about monitoring, et cetera. So I'm just curious, what's the point of us having an operational agreement? Why can't we simply enforce the conditions that we impose?
The operational agreement is something that the police department would like to have so that they have the ability to sit down with the applicant, go over details, and reach agreement, but put it into writing so that it can be enforced.
Well, so the police always have the ability to enforce conditions that are imposed by the town, and they always have the ability to approach an owner regarding the operation of the facilities. So I'm curious why we need to have a special operational agreement. Why can't we just enforce the conditions?
That's certainly a possibility. However, based on some of the prior uses that started with Los Gatos Bar and Grill in approximately 2010, based on suggestions to the council, they have approved several uses downtown that include operational agreement. While the CUP runs with the land and is land use based, what the staff has been able to work, both the planning division, building division, police department, and is reviewed and approved by the town manager's office and the town attorney's office, is the operational agreement can include additional conditions over and above land use matters that are specific to the operator as far as how they run their business. And that is something that as we've been unable to do as a land use measure in certain circumstances. For example, in a recent project that was approved by the council for a use, while the CUP is specific as to hours, the operational agreement addressed issues as to staffing levels, protocols, what kind of training that they'll have, what kind of interaction they have with the police department or the planning department, or what kind of notification that they need to give neighbors. And those things aren't usually addressed in a land use CUP. That may be something that for special events staff works out with the applicant and the police department, that so much notice is given to certain, like as in the CUP for the Opera House, that they notify the Chamber of Commerce, or that they coordinate on other large town-sponsored events and things like that, so that we address the operational issues as opposed to the land use issues. So it's an additional tool over and above the CUP that would be for this landowner or this operator as well as any subsequent. And then, as Ms. Avila indicated, that for subsequent owners, that operational agreement can be modified appropriate to their business operations.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate your answer. I guess my only concern is that if I'm a business who's violating my conditions and there's no operational agreement, I hope that I'm getting enforced as well. Somebody's paying attention, even though I don't have an operational agreement. The other thing that I'd just like my fellow commissioners to consider is Commissioner Sayak brought up the condition number 12, proposing the 1-year review. I very strongly believe that that should not be a staff review. That should be a public hearing. So I'd ask you to consider it. Other questions for staff? Commissioner Smith.
Yes, I'd like to go back to in the CUP number 3, where the second sentence is special events with catered food and or service of alcoholic beverages. I believe that the applicant has agreed that, and perhaps this needs clarification, but that food is going to be served with the alcoholic beverages. It's not just the alcoholic beverages themselves, so that and or would need to change.
I think that's a question, actually, that the commission answers in its motion.
All right.
Staff has proposed the condition, and then if we get to the point where we're making a motion, then we consider it then.
Then the second question I have is on number 8, to be certain that I understand this, that special events, the last sentence, may be held in the screening room, the balcony, or the main theater. So I didn't understand that a special event, that is, that the balcony itself could be rented for a special event. I thought the balcony went with the second floor screening room.
That is correct. We were just trying to specify that it can occur on the second floor, which is inclusive of the balcony, and maybe that can be worded differently. It's not meant to read that someone could have an event on the balcony and then have a separate one in the screening room. It would be an event on the upper floor that was including the balcony.
All right. Thank you.
Commissioner Talasfor.
Commissioner Smith did ask the question I had, but to continue that question, in the staff report on page 6, under special events, paragraph 3, it says, a theater is not classified as an eating or drinking establishment when it's showing movies. So my issue is, when it's being rented and used for private events, is that like streaming or whatever that upstairs room will be used for? Does that mean it doesn't qualify as a theater anymore?
Well, I don't think we would we wouldn't call it a restaurant, if that's the question. We would not classify it as a restaurant, even though they're serving food. We haven't changed the parking requirement when we've done the Toll House or the Opera House or other venues that have special events.
Okay. And then also just two more things about number 3. We keep talking alcohol. Are we talking everything? Wine, beer, hard liquor, or are we, what is it?
It is a full liquor license that's being requested.
Full.
Not
liquor
every
license.
event would have alcohol service, however.
Right, but it's full liquor. And then also in condition number 3 under approved use, second sentence, primary use of the building to be a movie theater showing new feature-length films, excluding X-rated, in the main theater for at least 75% of all actual operating hours. How are you measuring that? How is that measured?
Because we will have a calendar of special events, so I guess we'll have to just check that periodically.
So they will be sending it to you?
It says upon request, so the town can request their list of special events, and they also have to report it to the police department, so we could get it that way as well.
Right, I would think that you would need to see that. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, so now comes the hard part. Does anyone want to try a motion or float a motion as a comment and see if it gets any excitement? Commissioner O'Donnell.
I will try a motion. I want to just say while I make it, because I'm going to need some help with that. I'm going to make the motion. I'm going to include in the motion some proposed changes to the conditions. So I just say that as a preface. So the motion would be that we recommend to the town council the approval of the architecture and site application together with the conditional use permit to the town council. That we would make the determination that the applications are categorically exempt from CEQA for the reasons cited in the report, that the finding would be that the proposed exterior modifications are consistent with the commercial design guidelines, that the applications are consistent with Central Los Gatos redevelopment plans, that the project is consistent with the considerations for review of architecture and site applications, and that we're making the requirements under the conditional use permit, section 2920-190, which is set forth in Exhibit 11. We're making the findings as required by the town's alcohol policy to allow, we're recommending that this all be done, that the findings be made as to the town's alcohol policy to allow service of alcohol after 10 p.m., that we forward the recommendation for approval of the architectural and site application to the town council, subject to the conditions in Exhibit 13 and development plans, and forward a recommendation for approval of the CUP application to the town council, subject to the conditions in Exhibit 12, and that Exhibit 12 in particular be modified as follows. That paragraph 3, strike the word public school, just so that it would be school, as previously discussed. And that also applies to paragraph 4. That paragraph 8 be clarified in the last sentence so that the special events may be held for the screening room and balcony, taken as one, and or the main theater. That paragraph 9 be modified so that the alcoholic beverages, if they are served, will be served with food. And paragraph 12, that the planning commission will be directing that the public hearing be held to review the permit as specified in section 292310 of the town code. And in paragraph 15, that the operator shall provide notice to the police department at least 14 days in advance, special event to ensure the adequate security measures and other related matters of public safety are provided and implemented during the traffic, including without limitation traffic. That would be the motion.
Thank you, Commissioner O'Donnell. Is there a second? Commissioner Talsfor.
I will go ahead and second that. I would like to we have to address, I believe, this electronic signage situation, and I'm not quite sure how to do that. Is that?
You can
does
make
that
a
become
suggestion to the maker of the motion and see if he accepts your suggestion or not.
My suggestion would be that we somehow make an exception to this, or, yes.
If you want to phrase it such that to the extent that an exception is necessary, because
Right.
I'm not sure one is necessary.
Right, and I don't.
We would make that recommendation. I would accept that.
Okay. And would you also accept to your motion that it's in the staff report that the tile and color go back to HPC? I know the tile pattern is being referenced back to HPC according to the staff report, but I don't know if that should be a motion or not.
It's a condition of the architecture and site approval.
Is it?
It's number 4.
Okay, so that's already in there. And also, one other thing is that not to have a setup of a bar on the outside balcony.
Fine.
With that, are you going to be seconding the
Oh,
motion,
yes, and
Commissioner
with that, I'll
Talsfor?
second the motion. I thought I said that, sorry.
Okay. Commissioner Erickson.
I have a request for some consideration of some other amendments to the language of some of the conditions of approval for both the maker of the motion and the seconder of the motion. In condition, and this is all related to the conditional use permit, conditions of approval. In number 3 and 4, where you've proposed striking the word public in front of the word school, I would suggest striking the word public and inserting the 3 words elementary and secondary schools, so that I believe that's more consistent with their intent.
I would accept that.
Okay, 1.
Seconder?
Yes, I will also accept that.
Also in number 3, in the first sentence, that one would strike the word catered and the word or after the word and.
I would accept that.
Okay, so that it's both.
And I would accept that as well.
Makes it, okay. Also, I would, in number 4, that the word for, F-O-U-R as opposed to F-O-R, be changed to 6, where it appears, and the word 6 be changed to 8.
And so that's just for clarification for the maker of the motion. The seconder, that's the length of time that would count as a special event.
I would
From
accept that.
4 hours to 6 hours, or 8 hours would count. So if you had an 8-hour event, that'd be 2 special events.
I would accept that.
And then still in number 4, in the sentence that starts with the word aside from plays and theatrical musicals, insert the word in the other section of that sentence, let it read, no other form of live or musical entertainment is permitted, which would therefore preclude a DJ from being there.
I would suggest that perhaps you specifically include that as an example.
That would be fine too.
I accept that.
Commissioner Telesfor?
As an example.
Anything else, Commissioner Erickson?
I don't think so.
Okay. Any other comments or questions on the motion? Commissioner Bourgeois.
Thank you. I had most of my comments have already been incorporated, 2 minor things for consideration. I just want to hammer home a couple of points that we've all been talking around, but I want to kind of beat a dead horse in the conditions a little bit. Number 9, or alcoholic beverage service. Right now it just says alcoholic beverages may be served with or without food during special events. I think we had changed some language in other conditions to make it just with food, so I think we need to tidy that up. But also, I would also like to add the word only after special events, so that we're clear that this is only happening. Right now it's saying you can do it during special events, but I want to make sure it says only during special events.
Our current motion has fixed, I'm going to use the term fixed, has addressed the food item. Commissioner O'Donnell did that, but the only is subject to your approval.
I accept that.
And as I do.
And then the last thing was something Commissioner Sayak brought up that didn't occur to me, but it may be confusing to others. Under number 13, monitoring, a monthly schedule of events. I think maybe we should say a monthly schedule of special events just to keep the language consistent, so we make sure we know we're talking about special events.
I would accept.
Okay. Commissioner Telesfor?
As well.
Okay. Other comments, questions, suggestions, incorporation into the motion? I don't see any. So the motion's been made for recommending approval of the conditional use permit application and the architecture and site application to the town council Commissioner Erickson wants to say something.
I was just waiting to, I interpreted your question to mean were there other suggestions to a change in the motion as opposed to a comment on the motion?
All right, if you want to make a comment, go ahead.
I would like to, please. I would like to compliment the owners and the Three Sisters Cinema and Mr. Kolstad on their commitment to preserving the theater as a historically significant community resource in the heart of downtown Los Gatos. The plans for renovating the theater and reinvigorating its use will ensure that it will continue to be a community treasure in the tradition of small-town historical theaters like the Stanford in Palo Alto, the Fox in Redwood City, and the Cameo in St. Helena, rather than going the way of the Garden Theater in Willow Glen. The plans for the theater contribute in a significant way to preserving and enhancing the small-town character of Los Gatos, the economic vitality of the central business district, and the community vitality of the town. All important stewardship responsibilities of those of us who sit on public bodies in the town, and important stewardship responsibilities of all the citizens of the town. The plans for the theater help us advance a number of goals and policies in the town's general plan. They've been referenced in the report by the staff. The plans for the theater are very consistent with and supportive of the town's commercial design guidelines for the central business district, where retail shops, restaurants, and service businesses combine to create a unique social and economic focal point for the community. The thoughtful and careful redesign of the marquee and the use of exterior lighting that you've proposed strikes an important balance between ensuring the economic vitality of the business that will be operated in the facility and reinforcing the special characteristic of downtown Los Gatos and contributes to a strong sense of community it will be my pleasure to support the motion that's been made.
Thank you, Commissioner Erickson. Other comments before I call the question?
I just have one.
Commissioner Talsfor.
Thank you. I'm sorry. I just have one as a follow-up, and then I will stop. But it's apparent that movie operations today are reinventing movie experiences to draw people out of their homes. And I really appreciate that this is what this theater will do. I think you'll have a lot of people going to the theater anyway, because this is a town that happens to love movies. So with that, welcome aboard, and I commend my commissioners, by the way, for the hard work. This was a tough project, CUP, and I think we did a good job, so thank you.
Okay, if there's nothing further, I'm going to call the question. It's been moved recommendation to the Town Council for approval of the CUP with modifications as enumerated in our record by Commissioner O'Donnell, seconded by Commissioner Talsfor. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? None. It passes unanimously. Again, this is a recommendation to the Town Council. There will be a second meeting. And do we have any idea when that's going to be? And we can tell people if they're interested.
December 3rd.
Moving right along, December 3rd. We're going to take a break till 9:15 before we do our next item. I apologize. Thank you very much for your patience. You've been waiting for the next one, but we're going to take a little break. past our 9:15. Let's see if we can get going and get this done. I'd like to thank all of you very much for your patience. The theater is an important issue, and we wanted to see that we could do it right, and we're going to see if we can do this one right as well. So thank you very much for your patience in listening to the last item. So this is item number 3, General Plan Amendment, GP 12-004 and Zoning Code Amendment A-12-003. It's otherwise known as the Affordable Housing Overlay Zones. And for this meeting, for this item, we're actually going to have a presentation done by Ms. Rooney, and then we'll open it up for questions from commissioners to the staff, and then we'll open it up to the public hearing. Ms. Rooney.
Great. Good evening, Chair Jensen and Planning Commissioners. This evening, staff is requesting Planning Commission consideration of a recommendation to the Town Council to approve the Affordable Housing Overlay Zone and all the implementing documents. Okay. Am I doing it wrong? There it goes. Okay. So one of the most important questions to answer this evening is, why is the town proposing the Affordable Housing Overlay Zone? As the Planning Commission is well aware, state housing law requires the town to prepare a housing element every 5 to 7 years. The housing element must meet statutory requirements, including planning for both local and a share of the regional projected housing needs for 5 income categories. The state allocates projected housing needs to all jurisdictions through a process called the Regional Housing Needs Assessment, or RHNA process. The town's RHNA for the years 2007 through 2014, which is our housing element period, is 452 residential units in 5 income categories, including extremely low, very low, low, moderate, and above moderate, which is also market rate. The AHOZ, or AHOZ as it's become known, addresses the town's RHNA requirement. Very important for the Planning Commission to understand that the town is not required to guarantee construction of these units, but the town must provide adequate, appropriately designated land with available infrastructure and opportunities for housing development to address projected population growth and job generation from the town in the surrounding area, our share of that. The town chose to use the AHOZ to meet the RHNA requirements rather than rezoning between 50 and 60 acres of land for residential purposes. If we were to go in and rezone land, it would be anywhere, that 50 to 60 acres really depends on what density that'd be zoned at. Finally, after a 3-year effort, the state has finally certified the town's housing element as meeting state law, and this is really basically because of the AHOZ. So which properties will have the designation? As part of the housing element development process, the town initially identified approximately 40 parcels for potential AHOZ designation. Per state law, the housing element must identify specific sites or parcels that have characteristics that make the sites appropriate and available for residential use in the planning period. Characteristics to consider when evaluating the appropriateness of sites include physical features such as potential for flooding, slope instability, erosion, or other environmental considerations, and also locational factors such as proximity to transit, job centers, and public and community services. Land suitable for residential development should include vacant residentially zoned sites, vacant non-residentially zoned sites that allow residential development, underutilized residentially zoned sites capable of being developed at a higher density or intensity, and finally, non-residentially zoned sites that can be redeveloped and or rezoned for residential purposes via programs in the housing element. Specifically, the 5 sites that the General Plan Committee and staff ultimately refined the AHOZ to would accommodate the town's RHNA. The 3 properties, 3 of the 5 are located on Oka Road, and they're located in this area, and I should have my glasses on. I'm hoping I'm in the right area. And one of the properties is located at the southwest corner of Knowles and Capri Drive, which is this site right here. And finally, the 5th property is Winchester and Knowles Drive, Winchester and Knowles Drive. It's the rear portion of the south base site, and that's actually over here. The HOZ is only applied to these 5 properties and is at the request of the property owner. The owner would be allowed to develop consistent with the existing property zoning or the HOZ, but not both. So that's an important distinction. There's no rezoning that's being proposed with the HOZ. That's the unique aspect of the HOZ. Moving on to the components of the program, the Affordable Housing Overlay Zone will not result in approving new residential development. I stress, it will not result in approving new residential development, but rather it is a new town program that provides development standards such as building setbacks, building heights, parking ratios, etc., densities or units per acre that would be allowed if development were proposed, affordability targets that would include both market rate as well as affordable housing at about a 50-50 balance, architectural and site design guidelines, and concessions that would guide new residential development if it is proposed on the 5 properties that have the HOZ designation. And it's important to note the components would vary from site to site depending on the location and the size of the property. While the developer, this is a question we've had, will the developer be able to increase the density by applying the mandated state density bonus program or the town's density bonus programs? The short answer is no. The town proposes to preclude the use of the state density bonus program, the town's general plan density bonus policy, and the below market price inclusionary housing program on the AHOZ sites. The densities that were recommended, along with the density bonus on 2 properties, were carefully studied and could be accommodated while maintaining compatibility with the surrounding neighborhoods. However, any increases in density beyond those considered may not be compatible. The draft ordinance precludes the use of any other density bonus program in conjunction with the AHOZ site. In conjunction with the AHOZ program. If another density bonus program were requested on one of the 5 sites, the AHOZ standards would not apply, and the density would be based on the property's existing zoning. In regards to outreach, as one of the key implementation measures of the recently adopted housing element, the proposed AHOZ has been subject to public review during both the housing element outreach in 2009 and 10 and during the recent AHOZ development process. 6 council and planning commission public hearings were held on the housing element. Additionally, 11 publicly noticed general plan committee meetings and 1 council and 1 planning commission joint study session were held specifically on the AHOZ. Public hearing notices were in the weekly newspaper for each of the planning commission and town council public hearings and study sessions. However, in order to further encourage public awareness, the standard and legal public noticing distance from each of the subject sites was expanded, and public hearing notices were sent to all properties within 500 feet of each AHOZ site. Also, an 8-page public hearing notice was placed in the weekly and advertised on November 6, 2012. Approximately 900 notices were mailed to property owners and renters that surrounded the 5 properties. The town also developed and posted frequently asked questions on the AHOZ on the town's website in preparation of the Planning Commission and Town Council meetings. Finally, considerable community outreach occurred when the property owner of 3.1 acres of the former courthouse property held a neighborhood meeting to discuss a potential residential project that may be submitted to the town in the near future. This is not part of the AHOZ. This is a separate process that might occur after the HOZ is adopted. Another question that we've had is, what are the consequences of not approving the AHOZ? State housing law requires the town to have a housing element that includes programs for meeting the town's RHNA. The RHNA, which is mandated by state housing law, quantifies the needs for housing within each jurisdiction during a specified planning period. Municipalities use the RHNA in land use planning, prioritizing local resource allocation, and in deciding how to address identified existing and future housing needs resulting from population, employment, and household growth. The town chose to use the AHOZ rather than large-scale rezoning to meet the RHNA, and the state certified the housing element as meeting state law based on its review of the draft AHOZ ordinance. If this key program was not approved, The state would require the town to reassess how to address the RHNA requirements, which would most likely result in significant rezoning and possibly decertifying the town's housing element. Without a valid housing element, the town remains limited in its ability to maintain authority to make land use decisions or approve development applications. In one recent case, a Bay Area community lost its ability to approve any new commercial development until its housing element was brought into compliance with state law. The certified housing element also preserves the presumption that the element complies with state law. This last point is most notable since non-compliant housing elements make attractive legal targets for parties who seek to invalidate local land use decisions. Lastly, the certified housing element will allow the town to remain eligible for housing grants and transportation grants. Based on all the work over the past 3 years, and particularly the significantly detailed review the General Plan Committee conducted over the past year, staff is recommending that the Planning Commission make a recommendation to the Town Council on each of the items displayed on this slide. However, before moving on to questions and answers, please note that you did receive a desk item with attached map that shows the location of all the town's affordable housing units that are a result of town programs. This large map is also displayed behind the Planning Commission on the wall. It's the first display over here. And finally, Joel's passing out a letter to you. We received at 5 p.m. tonight a letter from the Campbell Union School District indicating that the district does not have capacity for students who would be generated from the 2 properties in their district if the proposed AHOZ was, if the properties were developed. Staff was very puzzled by this letter since the district did not express a concern with students that could be generated with the town's general plan housing projections, of which the AHOZ is a component, when the town met with the districts during the general plan and housing element development process. In fact, the district participated with the town in a student projection study that was conducted in 2010 to determine the number of students the town's general plan could generate. So they helped pay for the study. More recently, in February this year, the town sent the district a letter informing it of the proposed AHOZ and offered to meet and further discuss it. 2 of the 5 school districts that serve the town residents met with staff to discuss the AHOZ. However, staff never received a response from the 2 Campbell districts. This led staff to believe that the districts did not have concerns since the student generation numbers were consistent with those identified in the general plan that was already approved and never protested by the districts. In response to the district's letter, staff has again offered to meet and further discuss the AHOZ. With that, that concludes my presentation, and I'll be here to answer any questions on the program. I also have Town Engineer Kevin Rohani in case we have some questions on the traffic component of the addendum EIR.
Thank you, Ms. Rooney. Are there any questions for staff at this point? I don't see any. So because this is a town project, we've just basically heard from the applicant. So I'm going to call forward members of the public that have given me cards. And the first one is Ido Hadar.
Good evening, Ido Hadar, living on Knowles Drive, and I'd like to share with you the perspective that the proposed affordable housing plan is shameful because it segregates the low-income housing to the portions of the town which are farthest from downtown. So we decide to refer to it as the approach of not in my downtown on NIMD. As we look at your process, as you started with about 40 properties, going down to 10, 5, and effectively 2 or 1 in terms of where the development is going to happen in the near future, it's just mind-boggling because the AHOZ gave you the ability to spread the development across town, but you decided to segregate it in the northmost parts of the town. Second thing, as you did that, you actively involved a developer in the decision process. Just like the developer that was here today, the developer joined the GPC, asked for great flexibility, and essentially the GPC complied. As you go through the decision process, the property that that developer was interested in received the widest range of concessions, waivers, and benefits. And while you listened to the developers, you were basically deaf to the community. The outreach that Wendy talked about just started a few weeks ago. And then we have major issues with the EAR. We think that there were significant mistakes in their conclusions. But basically, if you look at our community, if you look at the neighborhood where I live, there's a huge direct effect on the community. We're talking about doubling, essentially, the local residents. We're talking about adding hundreds of cars to essentially the most congested intersection in town. Major impact on traffic that could affect traffic to emergency vehicles. And actually, even giving green light to damaging old growth trees. So we think it is shameful. Now, something that I want to tell you, and we submitted to the record a document on this. It is incredible when you lay out your plan against the demographics of town. You are pushing this development into the areas that are the lowest income in town. You're pushing it farthest from high income and median income of town. You're pushing it to the most dense population in town. And amazingly, you're pushing it to the most racially diverse part of town, keeping it away from the predominantly white parts of town. We think that is incredible. We think this is shameful. And that's why we call it NIMBY. And we think it is unfair. It's unfair to the neighborhood. It's unfair to the entire community. It's unfair to places like Campbell and Montecito that's supposed to pick after you. And it is unfair to the people that ultimately you're trying to serve through the affordable housing. That's what needs to be rejected.
Thank you, sir. Any questions? Commissioner Smith.
Yes, sir, I have a question. Have you attended any of the meetings?
Yes.
And
I've read all the minutes.
And have you attended all the General Plan Committee meetings?
No, I have not.
I'm sorry, which
No.
meetings did you attend?
No, I have not. I attended the October meeting, and I read all of your minutes.
Thank you.
I thought I saw Commissioner Sayak.
You mentioned that outreach just began a couple of weeks ago. How were you made aware of this particular plan?
Through the Los Gatos Weekly, which I have to say, I mean, it's a wonderful publication, but most of us don't open it. So we accidentally happened to read that, and we found it. But I'm talking about the outreach that Ms. Rooney went through, and all of these items. They started just a few weeks ago after we started complaining. Her outreach, for example, to 400 feet was because we complained about the 300 feet. So this is not an initiative by town. It's not an initiative by staff to expand the outreach. This is based on our complaints that the outreach was not there. We had much better outreach that Ms. Rooney got just by contacting our local community. We went door to door to talk with people about this. Much better than what? I mean, if you were really interested to know what the community wanted to know, you would have done it much earlier. You have the ability to do it much sooner. This is shameful that you're pushing this to that community and then ignoring completely what we have to say.
And can you define how you're defining your community? What street boundaries are you defining as your own community?
So currently, and actually we have in a map, but the community would be the one bounded through two properties. So I live on Knowles, so we would be affected by the potential proposals for both the courthouse and South Bay. So they would be affected from all the portion from the South Bay through the edge on the west side to Pollard.
Let me clarify that. So you live on Knowles, but you said that you were able to reach out to your community. Do you define your community as just those that live on Knowles?
Knowles, Capri, Dardanelli, Vasona, Pollard. So the entire portion essentially from the intersection with Winchester, the biggest intersection in town, down to and through the borders of town on the west side. I can put the map here if you'd like. I can sketch it for you. But
that was a good description. Thank you.
Other questions for Mr. Hadar? Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Ed Allison?
Commissioners, Ed Allison from Dardanelli. My first time participating in government, but not my first time serving in government. I'm a ex-captain in the U.S. Army. I'm a 3-time Los Gaton. I lived on Massaul. I lived on Cleveland, and now I own a house on Dardanelli. I'm not going to get into the EIR, the parking, all these things. I'm going to tell you a story. When I was in advanced camp, me and another fellow were a little stronger maybe than some of our other soldiers. And we were on long marches at times. And at times, one of your fellow soldiers would have trouble carrying his weight. And we got a kick out of loading their weight on our backs so that the whole team could make the march. And that was the concept of whole team, where we looked out for each other. And we got back, and this kept happening over and over and over again. And, you know, we had this session, this meeting after a couple marches where a couple people were always the ones that couldn't carry their own weight. And everybody was rallying, team, 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 we're all in this together. And this one very experienced soldier, he was really quiet, he just put his hand up. And he said, let me tell you, there's something different between being a team and watching out and carrying your own weight and protecting someone else's back. I found out about this plan like 2 weeks ago through outreach that wasn't generated by the town. It was not generated, it was generated by my neighbors. And I'm very interested in it. And when I looked at the map, I don't have to use my master's degree, I don't have to quote legal text, I don't have to define my community, I don't have to tell you I have never been in a part of local government before. But when I look at that map, I thought of that story. You can't tell me by looking at that map that we are sharing this together. We simply aren't, and you know it. I encourage you to not do this. I'm not against AHOZ. I think it should be shared amongst the community. I think the benefits should be done, but it should not be focused on one particular segment defined by whatever street boundaries you are that looks like that. It doesn't take a lawyer to see that problem. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Questions for Mr. Allison? Thank you, sir. Carolyn Sims.
Hi, I'm Carolyn Sims, and I've been a resident on Pollard Road for over 28 years, first as a renter and then as an owner. When you asked about the neighborhood, I would say Knowles, Pollard, Visona, Capri, Dardanelli, Parr, Winchester area. We can refer to this as Northwest Los Gatos. The businesses that it impacts include the Rinconada Mall, which has a Safeway, CVS, Round Table Pizza, Baskin Robbins, hairdresser, places like that. We also, in that area on Parr, there are also already some senior citizen housing as well as the Open Door Projects area. As mentioned with earlier speakers, we have a very mixed-use neighborhood, yet there are many of us who live on single-family homes on quarter-acre lots. And we have a suburban area. Putting in the kind of high-density, low-income housing right on the street. You guys drive up Winchester through Campbell? Have you seen where the old thrift shop was and they're now putting these high-rises and it's right on the other side of the sidewalk? Have you gone up San Tomas Expressway at Campbell and you see all these high buildings that are right packed in next to each other where the people are going to park? We have that. The proposal made by this gentleman back here to develop the spot on Knowles and Capri would be monstrosities like that. We have traffic issues already. If you just try and go just down Knowles, make a right on Winchester, line up to get on the on-ramp to go 85 North, which is where pretty much any of us work in any of the industries that we work, we're going north, either Palo Alto or Santa Clara. It now takes 20 minutes to go. Pretty much I could throw a baseball from the bottom of the ramp to my house. Okay, that's ridiculous. And you're talking about adding how many more developments there? Adding in stoplights is ridiculous. There's already 9 stoplights within 1 mile. If you go down Knowles, make a right on Winchester, get to Lark. They've added the new light at University. I gotta admit, I love it. University's pretty. I can go and now I can make a left to get on to Lark and make the ride on Winchester, sure, but it's kind of a pain. The office buildings, if you put office buildings there versus housing, it doesn't have the same negative impact, as most of the current residents begin their commutes before office staffs arrive. By the time we get done with our commutes and are back in our neighborhood, those offices are closed. The medical building that exists there now with offices is well set back from the street. The trees along the street on Knowles are pretty, and the trees are as high as the buildings. The proposed development there is packed in, not enough parking, no open spaces. I'm getting beeped at, but my understanding is we have 6 minutes for topics.
Well, you actually have 3 minutes, but I'll let you wrap up.
Okay. all right.
However, since the project that you're talking about is going to come before us on its own, if you could just talk more generally,
That's
we'd
fine.
appreciate it.
I can. Okay. So our area is already, I'll take it from the point of view, I've lived here for a long time. I've raised my family here. It's been a nice place to be able to go walk. When I told my daughter about the high-density, low-income housing that would be put there, my daughter's 6 foot tall. We have a large German Shepherd. You wouldn't think she'd be afraid to walk around the neighborhood, but as soon as she heard that, yeah, she is. Okay, that's not a good thing. You get these types of units, you're more likely to get an influx of people who are smokers or partiers or whatever, not necessarily homeowners. One of the proposals for it would be renters and apartments. That's not a fit with the area that we have. We have single-family residences, large acreage. We have townhomes that are owner-occupied for the most part, and duplexes that are actually nice setback from the street, things like that. So this does not fit in with our area. Finally, and very importantly, I think the development is going to lower the value of my property as well as the properties of my neighbors. I'm very concerned about that with the way the economy is. I think it could lower my property value by as much as $300,000, $350,000 by putting these in, and I would obviously want to recover that. So I don't think it's a good fit. All the other statements that I've heard from everybody else, I fully agree with. And I know that the gentlemen in my neighborhood here have done a lot of research about how the town has gone about this, about rules that are being bent. And I think they have sent emails and proposed on these facts. And again, 500 feet, the outreach didn't come. Again, I heard about it from outreach from the neighborhood.
Thank you, Ms. Sims. Let's see if there's questions for you. Oh, thank you very much. Before I call the next speaker, I'm sorry if those of you that I was giving my speech about procedure, the way we do it is we have an applicant. The applicant and their team gets 5 minutes. In this case, it was the town for the PowerPoint and any questions, and then other people have 3 minutes plus any questions that are asked of you. So it's 3 minutes, and the little timer gives you the 3 minutes. The next person is Sean Wood. And sir, if you're going to be pointing to us on something there, that microphone comes out, so feel free to take that if you want to move over to the machine.
I will. Okay, I realize you can't see that, but it'll further...
Maybe we can zoom it. We're going to give it a try.
Do we have technical help coming over again?
Yes, exactly.
My name is Sean Wood. I'm a town resident on Pollard Road as well. So I do live in the neighborhood that's been formally mentioned, and I share everyone's concerns. I have submitted a 4-page document for the record that I would like the commissioners to get a chance to read through. I've tried to remove as much emotion from the situation and simply speak to the facts, or what I think are the facts that should be studied further by the commission and by the town staff.
Mr. Wood, can I stop you a second? The 4-page document, you submitted that to staff? Because I don't think we have a 4-page document from you.
I did this evening.
Oh, just now. Okay. I'm sorry, keep going.
Okay, so what you see here, and I'll try and be brief, is the overlay of the town, which you'll see. I asked for this several weeks ago, and I just got a copy of it minutes before the meeting, frankly. So it was a little tough, so forgive the chicken scratches. But what I'm trying to outline here is this is a picture of the town, and the dots scattered throughout are the existing affordable housing. The yellow are mostly owner-occupied, and there are very few throughout. The numbers are very low, so I'm not
I'm sorry, Mr. Wood, I'm not going to count this against you, but Commissioners, I think this is our desk item, which is so if you want to refer to that as well, yes. Okay,
so
go ahead.
I'll try to be quick with my points. If you draw a line through the middle of town, the lower 50% has 0. The upper 50% has everything. If you draw a line through the upper area that we're concerned with tonight, where the courthouse project, the South Bay project, and the Oka Road projects are, the upper 10% of town already has 400% more of this affordable housing than all of Los Gatos, roughly. And again, my numbers could be slightly off. There are hundreds up here, very little in the rest of town, and you want to add 600 potentially more. It's preposterous. It can't be done. I don't object. I want to be very, very clear about this, because in some of the council meeting minutes, you know, this initiative was referred to as noble. I totally agree, and we must be pragmatic. Another word that was mentioned, I get it. What I challenge is the town's implementation of AHAS, not the notion that it's a good or bad thing. The whole point of AHAS is people are supposed to live close to where they work, where they go to school, where they grew up. They don't have to move to Campbell when they work on Los Gatos Boulevard or on Santa Cruz Avenue. That's not the point. I've called the state myself and had long discussions with the state council office on affordable housing, and they concur with my assessment. The point is to try and have an even disbursement through the town. However, they also said that they will not step in on local governments and you know, invoke anything on them. And there's no way I'm going to cover 4 pages of what I found wrong in the studies. I'm sorry, I'm getting beeped at already. But I challenge the environmental impact report. I challenge how the builder, it was brought in early and involved with the development of your AHA standards on the front end years ago, who has now purchased one of the sites. I challenge why does the Oka Road sites have no density bonus? They're in Los Gatos schools. The other sites north of 85 have a very high density bonus. They're in Campbell schools. There's a lot of things that don't make sense, and I can't cover it all here, but there are clear liberties have been taken, and it needs to be looked at.
So what I'd ask you to do is, if you do have that 4-page document and you want to submit it, you can submit it to our planning staff. I'm sure you have their emails, and there's going to be a second meeting on this in front of the town council so that everybody can have your document when it's considered again.
I will. Thank you.
Thank you. And let me see if there's questions for you. Commissioner Sayoc.
Do you mind putting back that?
Sure.
I know it's chicken scratch, but when you were calculating your numbers, how are you doing that? Like, how are you, is it just based on, I mean, do you actually have population numbers?
The numbers in parentheses are the number of units on the chart. So I was simply adding up the number of, you know, units that are spread throughout.
Okay.
Sorry, and I did this literally moments ago, so I'm sure I've got errors in there, and I apologize. And also in here are not the new proposals. And I've also left off one of the sites, the Riviera Terrace, which has not been constructed yet. So that's not in the calculations. And the owner-occupied units, I don't think that really, in fairness, there's only a few of them anyway, so it doesn't really skew the numbers. It's basically negligible. But I don't know how those numbers really apply to other low-income rentable units versus owner-occupied affordable. I'm not sure how that works out. But again, the numbers of those on here, there's a lot of yellow, but the numbers are very small when you compare that to up in the Pollard area, the hundreds that are there.
Any other questions for Mr. Wood? Okay, thank you very much. Please make sure that you that document gets to the staff. Thank you. Joanne Piva.
Good evening, members of the Planning Commission. I am Joanne Piva. I live on Pollard Road, about a quarter mile from the courthouse site. I am a 50-plus year resident of the town of Los Gatos. My father was in the trades. It is from this perspective that I wish to address you this evening. The Planning Commission has always been, or always had, a reputation for being quite strict on implementing building guidelines, monitoring growth in keeping with the town's overall small town flavor. However, on the first page of the Affordable Housing Design Guidelines administrative draft dated August 16th, 2012, under applicability, two sets of design guidelines within the same town limits have been proposed. One for the development of the 5 affordable housing sites, the courthouse site being one. The other sites will use the town's normal architecture and site review process. My first question is this: why are there two sets of guidelines? In the April 25th, 2012 meeting with the General Plan Committee, Mark Tersini of KT Properties stated that he anticipated a build-in density of 24 units per acre for the courthouse site. 2 weeks ago, on October 29th, 2012, Mr. Tersini held a neighborhood meeting to share with us his plans for the property. Those plans include building a 50-unit, 3-story structure on approximately 1 acre of land. This is a difference of more than a 100% increase in density. The target market for that structure would be seniors who want to rent rather than buy, making this an apartment building. My second question is, and I think I know what the answer to this question is, but I'm going to state it anyway. My second question is, have you approved this? In the case of the Ditto's Lane property, in the November 9th, 2011 meeting with the General Plan Committee, Wendy Rooney stated that there were 5 properties slated for the AHA's designation, Ditto's Lane being one. However, 4 months later, in the March 14th, 2012 meeting, Ms. Rooney gave an overview of the Town Council's recent action to ratify the housing element, quote, with the removal of the Ditto's Lane AHAs, it was removed from consideration because of neighborhood concerns and that the Ditto's Lane subcommittee did not define a density that would be appropriate for the site, end quote. After this commission and the council hear our concerns, hopefully you will remember our heritage, remember the reasons why we choose to live here, and re-examine the growth plans for our town. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Ms. Piva? Thank you very much. Appreciate your comments. And I may get this wrong, so I apologize in advance. Chun Lee.
Hello. Yeah, I'll be very brief. I didn't plan to speak. I was I'm a very shy person, but here I come because my husband sent me here. So because he had a mandatory parent meeting, he had to go to tonight. So at first I'm aware of this from a letter from the neighbor put on our door. So I just know there was such thing. So I was here. I first read through the papers, looked at the map, and my first impression, the first feeling I had is I'm second-class citizen. Or I live in close under Wayzona. So across the street from the courthouse. All the housings, I'm not that familiar with Los Gatos, but you just look at the few, most place I know of is all on that side of the Los Gatos. So it's like we're the poor side of Los Gatos, poor side of Citizen, and why should we feel that way? And why would the low-income housing, I'm not against for low-income housing at all, but why it's not shared? That's all.
Okay, let me see if there's a question for you before you run back to your seat. Commissioner Smith.
Could you tell us, do you own the home or the housing that you're in?
We bought a home in '99, so we've been here 12 years, and we have our children here, and they go to Campbell School, the Campbell Middle School.
Thank you.
So.
Let's see if there's any more questions. Okay, thank you very much. And I may get this wrong too, I'm sorry in advance. Seyum Asnat? Oh, okay, sorry.
Good evening, fellow commissioners. My name is Seyum Asrat. I live on West Par, First, I would like to give some comment on the outreach. I got this in the mail. I wouldn't have any idea. Where I live is an affordable unit. We have social workers and community organizers. If the staff takes the time and come explain to us, we would have been very happy. Probably I will know what I'm talking about today. I got the paper to read for those of us who live in that apartment complex. We don't have the understanding of the jargon. It's like for those of who are Christians, it's just like reading Revelation in the Bible, all those things with 7 horns. So, I mean, the staff should take a little bit more time to come to our community center and explain these things to us. When I saw first the paper, I thought, gosh, so we're gonna be gentrified. I was really, so somehow I have seen other cities how they gentrified it. I thought this is coming to Los Gatos. But the issue is different. When I moved to that place, I thought my kids will go to Los Gatos High School. It didn't take me a long time to be disappointed. That's the reason I moved into Los Gatos. Like the previous speakers tried to explain, that part of Los Gatos is a kind of forgotten where when you come to really, that is the most diversified part of the city. We call it United Nations over there. And nobody come when they run for office and try to explain things to us. We have to find them and who is our representative even in the city hall. So it's a kind of forgotten place. When I see this coming development, it's good to make some development to build more affordable houses. By profession, I'm a taxi driver. I know Los Gatos, each road. I know where a lot of open space. I don't know why this particular place is being picked, because it's where most of the voiceless people live. So I urge you to look at it. Or, for example, if you take the street I'm living on, there is a hospital. The hospital, within a couple of years, is gonna go expand. If you, okay, been told.
You could just wrap up.
Okay, so the light pollution, the sound pollution, the environmental thing is not really taken into consideration. So I want you people, before you recommend to the council this issue, you have to look into it real good.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's see if there's questions for you. Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate you coming down. I don't have any other cards, so if there's someone else that wants to speak, now's the time to do it. And make sure you give me a card before you leave this room, or else.
I apologize. Didn't know the process. My name's Pat Stafford. I live at the end of Oka Road, and I will give you a card at the end. I just found out about it by receiving the card in the mail also. And I don't scan the backside of the newspaper, but I do read the weekly all the time. I'm really concerned about this also. There are 77 homes in our area. In the trailer park, there's about 80. So we're looking at 150 or so homes, and you're looking at putting another 250 homes right on Oka. There's always been egress issues. You know, we have a nice little community back there, and frankly, after this meeting, I'm going to go door to door and start knocking on doors so everyone knows that this is coming, because I don't think they do. I mean, you guys just found out just recently. It's an older community. It's been there for a long time. These guys, what have you been there, 40, 30 years at least? It's been carved up by freeways. It's been carved up by you name it. It just gets dumped on. And now with low-income housing or this affordable housing, I think you're correct. It's not being spread over the town. And I don't think it's fair, and I don't think it's realistic for us to absorb that. I'm afraid of the parking situations. The Swim Racket Club is a wonderful place. We had swim meets all the time. What's going to happen with all this extra parking considerations having to be addressed? Does it go away? The crime issues, all the stuff that we would like to address, but it seems like it's far down the path already. So, maybe we have to take this up at town council or whatever, but I really would appreciate you guys slowing this thing down and really consider the impact to the residents in those areas. Because I think it's going to be difficult on all of us. So, thank you.
Thank you. Let's see if there's questions for you. Thank you, Mr. Stafford, and I'll eagerly await your card. Beverly Bryant.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. My name is Beverly Bryant. I live at 16940 Placer Oaks Road in Los Gatos. I've lived here for 20 years. I'm working for KT Properties in this particular case, and my question is not about the AHAs or anything else, because we've been attending all of the meetings and we really applaud the work that the town has done on this very important issue. I happen to believe in affordable housing personally, and I thank you for your work. But what I wanted to be very concerned about tonight is that Mr. Tersini and I met on October 31st, just before Halloween, with Jim Crawford, who is the Deputy Superintendent of the Campbell Union School District. And I talked to, I think I've mentioned this to you, Ms. Rooney, that we met with him, and I had some numbers that I had generated just taking the numbers that the town had worked on for what the kinds of units Mr. Tersini is talking about, condos and freestanding houses, and what number would be generated in our particular section at the Knowles Avenue Drive project. We thought it would be about 10 students. Actually, Mr. Crawford at that time said he thought it would probably be lower than that. He wrote a letter, and I've got an email from him the next day, the 1st of November, saying the last thing is we're planning additional classrooms on the future for both sites. He's talking about the Knowles Avenue site here, and with impact, he means developer fees collected on new homes. It should cover the cost of additional space needed to house the students from your development. So we were very pleased, actually, because what he had said was, first of all, he thought we'd probably have fewer students, but when we had the number we thought we might have, he was very comfortable with that. I do not know the content of the letter that you have given us this evening, or you've been given this evening. Obviously, it was a desk item for all of you, but I would be very wondering if that would apply to this particular 375 Knowles Drive project, which we've already vetted with Mr. Crawford. Thank you very much. I'll be glad to take any questions.
Are there any questions for Ms. Bryant? Commissioner Sayak.
Ms. Bryant, I apologize, I don't remember who spoke, but someone mentioned that there was a neighborhood meeting that Mr. Tersini sponsored. How did you outreach to the community to get them there? What list did you use, and what kind of, was it specific mailers? Could you just explain to me how that went?
Thank you very much for asking that question. We did really a thorough outreach, and since I was responsible for it, I'll tell you what happened. The town, Susanna Villa, gave us a list of owners and occupants, which the town, of course, has. And we also had another list from a title company that Mr. Tersini used, and you know title companies have that kind of data. We had that other list, and then I personally went into what is it called, whitepages.com, and you can do friends and neighbors on that, and tried to find as many houses in the nearby area. We sent notices to all of the people, inviting them to this neighborhood meeting, which was simply going to explain about what Mr. Tersini thought he might develop on the property once the AHAS was passed by the town. Certainly we were a little bit precipitous, but my experience in this business is, frankly, if you let neighbors know early, and we did talk to them, they feel more comfortable, because it's important that people know what's going to happen in their area rather than trying to spring something on them at the last minute. Anyway, on for Saturday and Sunday, we had not very many RSVPs. I personally took it upon myself, it was a nice weekend, the 27th and 28th of October, to walk the neighborhoods. I spent about three and a half hours at each of those 2 days, going to house and handing out brochures, the invitation for the next evening. So I knocked on doors, and when I could not meet somebody, because obviously people weren't home, I wrote a little note and said, we hope to see you at the neighborhood meeting tomorrow evening. So I felt at that point that we had done a good deal of outreach and tried to make some phone calls too, as I could, but many people in this day and age are using cell phones or have phones that are unlisted. So we did try to make an attempt for outreach because we knew it was important for people to know what we were thinking about.
Any other questions for Ms. Bryant? And just for Ms. Bryant, for you and for other commissioners, the 2 properties that are listed as APNs in the desk item we have from James Crawford, those refer to the courthouse site and the South Bay site.
Okay.
And it indicates the Campbell Union School District does not have the capacity to house students planned for the affordable housing overlay plan for, and then he gives parcel numbers, which are courthouse and South Bay.
Good.
So you can get a copy of this from staff and anybody else, I'm sure, who's interested.
Thank you. I would like to have that. If I might respond, the courthouse site itself, as you guys really do know, is Mr. Tersini's property is, I think, 86 acres of that site. There is also the property that is in the other part of the courthouse site, and the density on the South Bay site is considerably higher, so perhaps that is what the school district is referring to. We obviously have no control over that particular site, so I don't know how the thing is bifurcated by the school district. Thank you very much.
Any other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sharon Brodsky.
Hello, my name is Sharon Brodsky. I live at the end of Mozart Avenue, West Mozart Avenue, the end of Oka Road. And I got the invitation, the postcard in the mail.
And can you pull the mic up just a little bit?
Sorry, first time. Okay, my concern is about the Los Gatos School District not also able to absorb the additional students that will be coming in the new housing. And that the existing similar housing, I believe previously the Landmark Apartments, I think the Los Gatos Garden Apartments now, I don't know if the numbers of students that really are living there is what was planned for the new buildings, because there are quite a lot of students. I don't have any facts, but it seems like there are a lot of students who families who choose to live there so they can have Los Gatos schools, and having 1 or 2 or 3 bedrooms isn't going to deter that. I'm also concerned about school sites in Los Gatos, and that they might need 4 acres to build a school, and 2 of the 5 sites are more than 4 acres, so those are potential school sites, and I'd like to make sure that they can be zoned for schools. And I understand the courthouse being currently a public could have a school, but it's not true that it won't just be overlaid. It will be rezoned to no longer be able to be a school. Is that correct, Wendy?
Well, she'll address it if we have questions.
That's my question.
After. Well, actually, you can talk to us. We'll ask you questions, and then we'll relay your question to Ms. Rooney later, because the staff actually isn't going to respond to the questions from the podium.
Okay.
That's just how we do it.
Thank you. Also, the Lark Avenue, Oka Road corner intersection, maybe going around to Lark Avenue is very dangerous. There's been bicycle deaths and attempted kidnapping. The access to the freeway is already easy getaway, potential crime, and lots of traffic. There's no bus stop. The bus stop's been removed from Lark Avenue. I'd like that to be returned. And the turn lane from Lark Avenue onto Oka Road is it's not a turn lane, it's a shoulder. If it's supposed to be a turn lane or bike access, it needs to be repaved.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's see if there's questions for you before you run off. And no, so you're free to go. Thank you. Mark Tersini.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the Commission. I did not intend to speak this evening, but hearing some of the comments this evening, I thought it would be appropriate to let you know the purpose of our outreach was predicated on some comments that we heard at the joint study session between the Planning Commission and the Town Council with respect to this AHA's overlay designation. And what I heard that evening was it sounded like there was some great outreach that had taken place, but to what level of outreach have you gone out to the neighboring property owners? And so the purpose of our initial outreach meeting to the neighboring property owners was actually just to introduce myself as one that will be owning the property. I'm in escrow to purchase the property from the county. And two, to introduce my design team and really discuss sort of the process that we intend to go through here with the town of Los Gatos, and not to talk project specifics. Having thought about it back, I originally thought, let's not bring any design concepts whatsoever and just talk about the process. But I felt that was going to be unfair to neighbors that really are interested in, so what are you proposing? That was what I was going to sense that question. So if you don't have anything to share with us, why are we here? So it was more of the process, my involvement, my familiarity with the neighborhood. I reside off of Pollard, less about 1 mile, less than a mile away from the project site with my wife for over 14 years, raising 3 children. I have a brother, 11-month-old brother that lives less than an eighth of a mile from this site and has lived there for better than 20 years. I'm very, very familiar with the property. My parents live nearby as well. So it's a site that we are very desirous of moving forward on. We will be submitting an application when the time's appropriate for the town of Los Gatos. But again, the purpose of the outreach meeting was to hear firsthand what the concerns were. We did suggest that we were actually going to be proposing a combination of senior housing and market rate housing, and so that I was hopeful that that would have settled anybody's nerves with respect to drug addicts and smokers and such. So, but that's what I wanted to just get on the record this evening, and thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cecchini. Are there any questions? Commissioner Smith has one.
I have one question. I was going to ask it of Ms. Bryant, and I didn't. How many people, just guesstimate, attended the meeting that you had?
Counting the rows, and approximately maybe rows of 8 people, five deep. That would be the math there. So my rough approximation would be about 30 members, but Beverly Bryant would be able to address that directly because she does have a record of that.
And do you just, again, this is just an estimate, how many notices were sent out?
I'd love to defer that to Beverly.
Well, it's all right. It's
yeah,
not that relevant. How many people attended the meeting is, though. Thank you.
Anything else for Mr. Cecchini? Thank you, sir. So cards kind of keep popping up. Oh, I'm sorry. There was one.
Actually,
Commissioner Sayoc.
one more question. In your opinion, were the majority of the people there that this was their first notice that this was happening?
No, in fact, there are a couple of individuals there that were quite informed about this AHA's process, and I was impressed with the level of research that had been done to understand as far as what was coming down. Again, the idea was not really to discuss the project; it was more of the process, and it took a little while to try to get that point across. Very, very respectful, and I thought it was a very good first community meeting on a project, and plan to do more as we move forward. Thank you.
Anybody else? Commissioner Talsfor.
And so, can I just ask you, what did you learn from that meeting that was, that you will carry forward with you?
Presenting more from the standpoint with respect to what our product would be about, what it means to have a senior housing project in a neighborhood combined with market rate housing. That's what I wanted to communicate, and I didn't get that. I don't think I got that point across as well as I intended.
But you plan on having additional meetings?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chisini. And I'm going to get this wrong. Jeff, is it Luffridge or Lowridge or Lowridge? Okay. None of mine were right.
My name is Jeff Lockridge. I live at the end of Oka Road and been a resident there for 32 years. And we've seen lots of changes in that area, and some of which were addressed as far as traffic concerns on Lark Avenue. It's a horrible place to drive, and it's in the commute times, it's absolutely dreadful. And adding more homes, effectively tripling the number of houses in that area, would, as far as I'm concerned, be ridiculous compared to the rest of Los Gatos sharing some of the load. The other thing that I would say is that we've experienced on our end of the Los Gatos, because we have the apartment complex that's directly across from the Jewish Community Center, which is, I guess, you could fairly affordable housing, and the mobile home park, we have quite a bit of vandalism and other small crimes, like, well, everything from sprinkler systems to lights underneath the freeway overpass that Oka now goes underneath the freeway. They last about maybe 2 weeks before the lights go out again, and the sprinklers don't work, and the landscaping never gets replaced, and Los Gatos doesn't support that area. So I can't imagine that adding in 200 homes is going to make that a better situation. I mean, hearing what I've heard from other people who've done more research, and we just got our notice last week, and I didn't know about any other hearings. I'm disappointed that Los Gatos doesn't spread this out more. That seems ridiculous. And from a planning perspective, that doesn't seem to make any sense. That's all.
Okay, thank you. Let's see if there's questions. Nope, thank you very much. Okay, nobody has walked up and handed me another card. So I have a procedural question, and I'm not sure who answers it. In the normal course, if this were not the town being the applicant, I would ask the applicant to talk again. If the town is the applicant, does the applicant get to respond? Or do we simply close the public hearing and ask questions?
Whatever the commission prefers, but you can do it either way.
Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing and look to the commission for any questions they may have of staff. Commissioner Sayoc.
If I could just ask Ms. Rooney to go over the public outreach again. I know that you had that was part of your presentation, but could you go over it again? And if you could time it to when certain meetings occurred, that would be.
So I would characterize it in the outreach occurred in two different sections. One occurred with the housing element when the housing element was drafted, since this is the key implementation program of the housing element. That occurred in 2009 and 10. We had probably, I'm going to guesstimate, about probably 10 general plan committee meetings. We held one town council planning commission study session, one planning commission public hearing. I mean, the study session was also a public hearing, notice public hearing, but one planning commission public hearing, and 1, 2, 3 town council public hearings on the housing element. So substantial, and I'd say the AHOZ was probably the key discussion point with the housing element. More recently, the last year that we've been working on, once you have a housing element adopted, then you start to implement the programs. And so we've been working on program implementation, of which the AHOZ was the key program. We started that process with the General Plan Committee a year ago, and we had 11 meetings with the General Plan Committee from November of 2011, with our final one in August of 2012. We also had the joint town council study session with the Planning Commission on October 15th. So really, I would say the AHOZ has been discussed for the last 3 years.
And so when you say notified, I understand, especially with the general plan, we did town-wide weekly announcements. But when specific sites were identified to be included on the AHOZ, were mailers sent to usually when there's a project identified, we send it out to, I think it's 300 feet radius. When those AHOZ sites were identified, were the 300-foot radius mailers gone out too, or that's the first question?
No, because it wasn't a project at that time. They were included as potential sites in the housing element. So it wasn't, we normally do not send out a notice until a project occurs. Or, and in the case of a general plan and a housing element, it is a town-wide program, and you theoretically could not send notices to everyone in town. So we do a lot of outreach through the newspaper, through for the housing element and general plan, we actually posted notices at all the coffee houses and all the gyms and through the soccer clubs in town. So we really did a lot of significant outreach during the general plan and housing element.
And so one final question. So the mailers that people are showing us today, these are mailers that they received for this meeting because at this meeting we were talking about the specific sites.
They received the mailers because you are looking at a town code amendment to incorporate the AHOZ, and you are looking at a general plan amendment for the courthouse site in particular. So it is now officially a project from a program standpoint, not a development project.
And so the mailers, if I understand correctly, went out to 300 feet around each of the 500
feet. We expanded
feet,
it, yes.
Radius of each 5 project sites.
That's correct, for approximately 900 notices.
Okay. And these went out on Friday, considering how early are notices sent out? Remind me again.
10 days. They have to be out a minimum of 10 days prior to the public hearing.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Bourgeois.
Thank you, Ms. Rooney. I'm not sure if you're prepared to do this tonight or not, but could you describe for the commission as well as the public some of the process that we went through in making our decisions to kind of narrow down the sites? And I know there were specific reasons why specific sites were pulled aside, and then there are sites that were not considered in this AHOZ that are going to be considered, and that we got to go through this process again in 7 years. So those sites are still on the table. So if you could just describe that process for everyone.
So as I indicated in my presentation, we started back probably 4 years ago when we started the general plan and housing element process. We start with over 40 parcels. Typically, we're going to look at land that is vacant. That's one of the first things, but you also have to follow state criteria, which is looking at land that's vacant or underutilized, but it has to be near services. It has to have infrastructure, so you can't look up in the hillsides, in other words. That wouldn't necessarily be appropriate. We went through a process of narrowing it down to, the staff went through a process of doing, is it suitable? Does it have environmental issues? Does it have services? Is it close to jobs? Is it close to transit? And we narrowed down that list, I would think probably to about 10 different sites, maybe 12 that the General Plan Committee started working on back in 2009. The General Plan Committee, we did capacity analysis. We looked at what those sites could accommodate. We compared that with our RENA. And the General Plan Committee, I think, was very judicious in its desire to try to narrow that list down to the minimum amount of properties that would accommodate the RHNA with probably about a 20% 20% addition, just because not all properties will develop always at the maximum density. Some will develop less. So we narrowed it down, I think, from probably about 8 parcels that had roughly 900 units, I want to say, down to what was in the housing element. And that was, if you can give me a moment, I actually... In the housing element, we had, in the draft housing element, we had 526 units identified. Prior to the council's approval of the housing element, the Ditto's Lane property was also removed. And it was removed for a variety of factors. Probably one of the most notable factors was the significant road work that would require to be able to develop Ditto's Lane. You'd have to widen, I think it's Maple Road, which would have required some major, potentially major retaining walls and things like that to the hillside that was above the creek trail. And I think that was a major community concern. I think there was concern also for the densities that were proposed. And so that was ultimately, and that's a town site that's owned by the town. It's not a privately held land, it's a publicly held land. And as the applicant, the town withdrew its application. And so the council reasoned that we have enough units in the existing 5 sites, let's remove the Ditto's Lane, and that was removed. I'm not sure if I've covered everything. I can just say, finally, it was an extensive review with the General Plan Committee on and trying to set aside parcels for the future. And Commissioner Bourgeois mentioned that we will have to go back and look at additional parcels in the future. Because we have a whole new RHNA that's been given to us. It's, I think, 617 units, and that starts in 2014. One of the advantages of the AHOZ is if those sites don't develop, we will be able to reuse those for our RHNA in the next cycle. So right now, we have a potential for meeting our next cycle RHNA, so the RHNA for the next 7 years from 2014 to 2022 on these existing parcels without having to add any more parcels. If any of those parcels were to ever develop, then we would have to go out and look for more parcels. And there were more parcels that were identified, and I want to say put in kind of like a reserve for it.
Thank you for that. And a second question, could you also maybe talk briefly about the role that the different school districts did or did not play in our decision making?
All 5 school districts, I would say, 2 of them actively participated in the general plan process and the housing element process. That would be the Los Gatos Union School District and then the high school district actively participated. If Planning Commission may remember, and Council I know would remember, is that both superintendents attended, I think, both the Planning Commission and Town Council meetings on the housing element. All 5 school districts met with Joel and I, as a matter of fact, at a meeting at one of the school district offices, and we openly discussed not only the AHOZ sites, but the overall units that are housing units that the general plan planned for, which was roughly about 1,600 units in a 10-year period of time. I don't want to say that the school districts, I wouldn't want to communicate that they were not concerned. I think school districts are always concerned with new growth. I think they recognize, though, that state law does govern the school district mitigation, and that's through SB 50, which created the impact fee system for schools. And so it's difficult for a jurisdiction in practicality, and Judith may want to even add to this, to require anything above the mitigation that's through SB 50. So all 5 school districts, we met with them. They actually all participated in the student projection study and all financially participated in it, where we actually used some of our own town housing and we're able to, and there was a question regarding whether we looked at what the students are generated from our existing developments, and we did do that, and then we supplemented it with some other data from other school districts that had similar high standard school districts. And all the school districts participated in that process, and Then lastly, we did again meet with the Los Gatos school districts last spring when we invited all 5 districts to meet with us and talk about the HOZ. And the 3 Campbell's districts did not meet with us and we, after not hearing back from them, we did not pursue that then. We thought that they were comfortable because the numbers had not changed significantly since what was in the general plan.
Commissioner O'Donnell, did you still have a comment or question?
Just 2 questions. This is state-driven. We are told what we have to come up with as opposed to where, but the numbers we're told, okay?
That's correct.
Secondly, mitigation for schools is again told to us by the state, and it's a number on a per square foot basis, as I understand it. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And it's totally inadequate, but we have no impact on the amount that the developer has to pay for the development.
That is correct.
I did some simple math by drawing a line at Placer Oaks. If you move to the southwest versus the northwest, we have 111 moderate or affordable housing on the southwest, and we have 252 to the north. So it may not be what people like, but that's about a third one way and 2/3 the other. So is it fair to say we picked the property that is to the, I guess that would be the northeast, because of open space?
If I may respond to that, that was going to be my comment, is that the towns had longstanding policy that we keep our densities low in the hillsides and in areas where there's open space. And so as you note in the map that you have a copy of in front of you, you have some significant open space in the hillside areas, and you also have hillsides. And so that's why you do not see, most of these units have been generated through the town's what we call below market price program, BMP program, and a longstanding council policy that the BMPs, that when developments occur in the hillside, they're able to pay an in lieu fee because the town has tried to keep densities very low in the hillsides. It's very visible. It makes sense to put density further down into the flatter areas of the town. I think another dynamic you see is really area to the south, say of about, not so much 85, but maybe a little bit further south, maybe Lark. A lot of that is commercial. So you've got a commercial core along University, you have a commercial core along Santa Cruz, and you have a commercial core along Los Gatos Boulevard. So that's, again, why I think you don't see as many affordable units in those areas. We're seeing a few more as some of our former automobile dealerships starts to develop. But again, I think that's predominantly why you don't see a lot of affordable units, as many in, say, the southern part of the town.
Commissioner O'Donnell, does that take care of your questions?
I had one more.
Okay. And then Commissioner Smith will get to you.
It may have gone right out one ear and out the other. Just give me one moment there. Unfortunately, I don't.
Well, it'll come to you.
Yes.
Commissioner Smith.
I have 2 questions. One is if Mr. Tersini, and this may be in here, I just missed it, owns 3.2 acres, who owns the other 2 acres of the 5.2 acre parcel?
So as we know, that was a county property, and it roughly is about, I think, 5.2 acres. And the county went out for a, they want to sell the property, and so they went through a RFP process. They actually divided the property into 2 sections, even though I think there's a total of 3 parcels altogether. The hospital, El Camino, was awarded they had the highest bid for the corner piece, so that's at the intersection of Capri and Knowles. That's like a 2.1 acre site. And then the KT Properties was the successful bidder on the part that really wraps around that.
That's right, thank you. But my follow-up question actually has to do with the awareness I have of the traffic on that particular corner. And I just wondered about the selection of the 2 sites, the South Bay site and the Knowles site, and the impact on that, just really on that circle almost, and how we are, you know, what the thinking was in the selection of two sites so close together at an impacted, what could be an impacted intersection.
So there's many policies that are driving the selection of these properties. Probably the biggest policy is the Vasona Light Rail element of the town's general plan. The Vasona Light Rail, which both these properties are in, calls for transit-oriented development that would support the ultimate extension of the Vasona Light Rail. So that's definitely a prevailing factor as to why those properties were selected, because they are within walking distance. Usually anything within a quarter of a mile is ideal for what we call transit-oriented development. The other reasons are that they're close to jobs, they're close to existing bus transit, they're close to the freeway access to jobs that are not in town, so they're really ideally suited. If the Planning Commission, I think that in the past we've heard on other sites in that general area a lot of support for residential because of the proximity to the freeway, proximity to transit. The addendum EIR did take a look at traffic, did update the traffic study from it's actually a traffic model from the general plan. Traffic is interesting because there's a perception of traffic and there's the actual data related to traffic. And if you look at the level of service in that area, and it's different, of course, at each intersection, but it's all above the town's adopted level of service. And even with the implementation of this AHOZ, it would be above the level of service. Now, that assumes there will be general plan road improvements that will be made in the area that are already required of projects that are under consideration, could be required of projects that are under consideration and projects that are approved. Kevin Rohani could probably talk a little bit more about the actual impacts to those areas and the improvements that would be required. But the traffic study did not see any degradation to the point where we had any significant impacts identified in the addendum EIR.
Commissioner O'Donnell, you thought of it.
I did, and I won't ask it.
Okay. Any other questions? Commissioner Telesfor.
I have one, and it's not going to take this long for an answer, but you mentioned something about Dell Avenue, or you mentioned about rezoning some of these properties. Was Dell Avenue, is that a rezoning?
There's no rezoning proposed at all with the Affordable Housing Overlay Zone. There is one general plan amendment that staff is recommending. It's not required to implement the AHOZ, but we thought it made sense. It is the courthouse property. The courthouse property was public use because it was a courthouse and it was county offices. Either of the uses that the town council has supported through the resolution that was included in your October 15th staff report, the two uses that they're supporting, which is housing, affordable housing, or office, are allowed through a office general plan designation. And so we are recommending a redesignating of the property from public use, since public use will no longer occur there, to office use that also through the AHOZ would allow housing. So it allows for either of the uses that would be contemplated on that property.
Okay, thank you.
So I have a follow-up to that, which is Ms. Brodsky's question, and I think you've answered it, which is if we were to change it from public use, then to the extent that someone proposed a school site there, that would either require another rezoning or some such, but it would be rezoned away from a public use school.
The proposal before the Planning Commission's recommendation to council as an action is to redesignate it, and yes, you're right. It would no longer then be eligible to be a school site without another general plan amendment. However, there's never been an indication from the Campbell School Districts that they are looking for other sites, and it is privately owned property. So unless the school districts had given the town a sense that there was a need for additional school sites in the Campbell district, then there may have been further discussions, but those discussions really happened with the county because the county had to look at other public entities when they sold their land. And so apparently there wasn't any interest in that being a school site.
And before I well, let me ask, does anybody else have any other questions? Okay. Commissioner Bourgeois.
Thank you. I'll let staff. So,
I'm sorry, I do have just a caveat to that.
So even with the proposed general plan amendment, a public school could come in with a conditional use permit.
Okay, Commissioner Bourgeois.
I'd like to get back to traffic just really briefly. So the numbers you were talking about, the level of service analysis that was done for the general plan update EIR. Is that correct?
Yes.
Part of that. And those numbers that we used were, I believe we just maxed out the density of those sites, and we've since revised that. Is there a difference between the densities that were analyzed in the general plan EIR versus what's actually being proposed?
Yes.
And they've gone down, correct?
No.
No, they've gone up. Okay.
Yes. So in the general, overall number of units has ended up increasing by 7. Overall number of units, and that's between what the general plan EIR studied and what is proposed in the housing element. The Swanson site was removed. The Bentley Auto site on Blossom Hill was removed. The former Honda site was removed. And so the units allocated to those sites were removed. Ditto's Lane was removed. The all other sites except for South Bay are consistent with what was studied in the general plan. The only site that had increased density was the South Bay site, and that was due to its proximity to the Vasona Light Rail. It is the ideal transit-oriented development site. One other thing occurred was the general plan committee recommended a density bonus for the courthouse site as well as the South Bay site. So potentially you could see an additional units at those sites through the density bonus. And if I could just expand on that, the reason why the General Plan Committee recommended that was we were trying to create a program that would be equal or better to the state density bonus program. Because as this commission is well aware, if an applicant can request a state density bonus, and we're obligated to give it to them, and that's up to a 35% density bonus. And we want to be able to preclude the use of the state density bonus, so we did allow a 20% density bonus on the courthouse and South Bay sites.
Other questions? Commissioner Erickson.
So I did my own research on a particular issue just out of curiosity, and I wasn't able to find any studies that informed me about there being a relationship in general between the development of affordable housing, I'll use that terminology, and an impact on the property values of adjacent properties. But so I spent quite a bit of time trying to find studies that would help me inform an understanding of that question. So I would ask, do you know of those, because it's your field, not my field? So.
Yes. I don't know. I cannot point to one particular study. I can just say that there has been a lot of work done on that very topic. And I don't feel that I'm qualified to be able to say that indeed affordable housing would lower property values or affect property values in any way, shape, or form. I think what's being one of the advantages, shall we say, of the HOZ is that they're not all affordable. They're a mixture of affordable and market rate. And the only way you can make a project be able to be financially feasible, because the developer has to offset the cost of that affordable component. And by the way, that affordable component can be a owner-occupied or a rental. It doesn't, I think as a perception, it has to be a rental. It could be an owner-occupied if the numbers work out. So the only way you can financially buy down the cost for the affordable component is to have a significant market rate component. And you're looking at properties that will probably be selling in the $700, $800, $900 million range, because they'll need to make a profit off of those units to be able to subsidize the affordable units. So these are mixed income sites, exactly consistent with town council policy is to have mixed income sites and not affordable only. We only have about 2 or 3 affordable only projects in town. The rest are all mixed income.
Other questions? My question is, when I began explain what we were going to be doing tonight, I explained that the last item and this item are the Planning Commission's action is to make a recommendation to the Town Council. Our action is not final tonight. So is there a date when, regardless of what the Planning Commission does tonight, recommend yes or recommend no, that we anticipate this is going to go back in front of the Town Council so that those here who are interested can make a note on their calendar as to when that's going to be?
We have tentatively calendared this for December 3rd with the Town Council. However, it's not been advertised because we did not know what the action that the Planning Commission would take. If the Planning Commission were to continue it, then the Town Council review would occur sometime in January. So if the Planning Commission takes action tonight, one way or another, to recommend approval or recommend denial, then the meeting would occur on December 3rd. If the Planning Commission were to continue tonight, I can just tell you it would occur in January. I just don't know a date specific yet.
Okay. And for those that are following this, how would they figure that out if they're not sitting here? How would they go about figuring out, aside from the noticing that we've talked about, what else could they look at to figure out when it would be?
We will have, of course, our typical, our typical public notices in the paper. I am the resource person for this, and I am. I think many of the people in the audience I've spoken with or emailed with, and they know I've been very accessible, even on weekends, emailing back and forth. So they can contact me, and I can provide my email. Also, we have the FAQs, the frequently asked questions, on what's new on the town's website, and we could go ahead and put a calendar or schedule up on that too.
That would be good. Other questions? Commissioner Sayak.
One of the strongest concerns that I've heard tonight is just the lack of, it sounds like they were noticed on Friday, and so there's a lot of questions that remain to be answered, and I think this discussion is helpful, but this is probably 10% of the community that's affected, and so if the council isn't, whether it's December 3 or the following meeting in January, is there an opportunity to have an informal session with the community so that town staff can explain the process that has happened, so that the questions that have been asked tonight can be answered, and also so that they can then reach out to their neighborhood and get more of their community involved, since it sounds like that's the biggest discord, is just this lack of information.
I think if it's a December 3rd date, it'd be difficult only because next week is the holidays and we really don't have much time between now and then. One of the reasons we put together the FAQs on what's new, because that site gets a lot of hits, shall we say, was to try to get the word out as much as possible. If the meeting were later, we probably could do some informal, some kind of a afternoon session here in council chambers. I wouldn't want to commit to it, given the fact that there would only be 1 week. Possibly something could occur the week of I think it's the 20, I don't have my calendar with me, probably the 28th, 26th. But I don't want to commit to it right yet, because we just have to see what our resources are, if we can do that.
This is a question for staff. If we wanted to accomplish what I believe Commissioner Sayak was trying to accomplish, another way to accomplish that would be for the Planning Commission to continue the item to a future date also, and for the Planning Commission to take the input, the broader set of input. Do you have a sense of which of those two strategies would be preferable?
That's hard to say, because I'm trying to think of when is it easier for the public to be able to, and how is it easier for public to access information. I don't think the public really likes to sit through a couple of hours of meetings waiting for an item to come up. It might be more efficient for them to come to a session that's dedicated just to that topic. But we sent out 900 notices, and we have a little over 24 people here. I'm not sure we can notice as much as possible, but I don't know how much more involvement we would get. Again, trying to use our website as much as possible to get information out there and have people access that. Another thing we can put on our website is this affordable housing map. We just got that done today. It was at the request of Sean, and I think it was a great suggestion. And so the reason he got it right before this meeting, because we got it done right before the meeting, but we can put that out on the web. We can put more out on our website. But I think staff is amenable to whatever direction the Planning Commission wants to go with this. We can try to hold something in late afternoon, early evening, the last week of November. Staff can. Or the Planning Commission could continue this and use this forum as a way to generate more public comment.
Commissioner Erickson.
Just a quick follow-up to that. Just remind me, is there a specific time frame in which this needs to be adopted that is?
There was a significant time frame, but fortunately the state certified our housing element based upon the draft they saw of the AHOZ. If we did not have this certified by the state by January 31st, 2013, the town would no longer be eligible for any transportation funds. So that was a big encouragement to get this done. However, back in early September, when I had drafted the AHOZ, a draft ordinance, I sent it off to the state, and they went ahead and certified our element based upon that. So we don't technically have a deadline now. However, starting next year, we start our next housing element, so it would be nice to finish this one before we start the next one.
Commissioner Erickson.
I won't share the whole speech I had prepared tonight about the
I think we all appreciate that, but we know it was brilliant.
The importance, I'll just do one quick highlight from it. While much of the conversation and the staff report, appropriately so, is about us complying with the law and so forth, for me, it's about that, but it's about much more than that. It's about the future of the town and its profile and us sustaining the vitality of the community and the small town character of the place. And having affordable housing is, from my perspective, a key element of that. So if there's no compelling absolute deadline, because I knew I knew the answer to the question I just asked, then I believe it's incumbent upon the town officials to give people time to understand. And you know that I'm very sympathetic to the challenge of getting people to participate and the challenge of appropriately noticing people and engaging them in the process. Beyond that, at least for me, I often need time to digest material so that if I had a first opportunity to read about it on a Friday and I had a meeting on a Wednesday, and I had another month to think about it, and I had other interventions, I'd have a richer understanding of it. That's my experience with myself. And I would be able to comment and express and understand, and both have my understanding be greater, and to understand more what the town's trying to accomplish, and then also would be in a better position to raise questions about it, not necessarily about the negative part about it, but understand the process. So my inclination would be to suggest that we need to, because of its critical importance to the town, not just meeting the state law, that we need to provide the time for all of us to think about it. And I believe that Councilperson McNutt in the joint study session captured what happened tonight on behalf of the public, that while it was always out there, when it became closer to being real, people's concerns would be heightened. And so we need to let them have the opportunity to understand what the full implications are, and I don't think there's a question about people's commitment to affordable housing. It's about how it's done, where it's done, and how it might unfold in the town. And that's critically important to the future of the town.
Commissioner Erickson, did you want to convert your comments into a motion to continue?
I would defer to other commissioners who raise their hands to be talked, and then I'd be happy to do a motion.
They might welcome a motion. Commissioner Talsfor.
I just have one question, and it actually, for the sake of the public, relates to one of the speakers tonight. And the question, I believe, was, why are there two guidelines for housing, both town and then the affordable housing overlay zone design guidelines? I could answer that, but I think just, excuse me, so that I don't, well, I'm not going to get the question out.
May I answer that for you?
Would you please answer
Please
that
do,
question?
so she can have something to drink.
Thank you.
The town has design guidelines for commercial. The town has design guidelines for single and two-family homes, but the town does not have design guidelines for multifamily homes. That's been a goal of the town. It's been on our work plan. This is our first attempt at developing design guidelines for multifamily residential dwellings. And we actually have a two-part to our contract with our town architect who developed the design guidelines, and that is to then use the majority of the guidelines that are in the AHOZ to then develop our affordable housing, our multiple family design guidelines. So we, in essence, will have one set of guidelines for all multifamily housing. So we don't have a separate process and we don't have separate guidelines. We just don't have guidelines yet for multifamily housing.
Okay.
Commissioner O'Donnell.
We all know that the town and in general, and certainly the Planning Commission in particular, has worked on this for over 3 years. The question of notice applies to the people who were here telling us they didn't notice. And I'm sympathetic to that. We've all been in situations where lots of things were going on that we didn't know. Whether we could have known is not the issue, we just didn't know. On the other hand, we've just had this approved tentatively by the state. The likelihood of the Planning Commission doing much about this seems to me to be rather minor. It seems to me the issue would lie with the town council, and the sooner this group gets to the town council, the better off they're going to be. So to continue this matter for us also means it will take them longer to get to the only people that I can think of that could change this. Sure, we can vote to change it, but that's a recommendation. Ultimately, it's going to be up to the town council. So I think it's all very nice to talk about extending it and continuing it and all that, and I'm not opposed to that. I just kind of think it would be better if we got it to the town council. They're the people who are elected. You don't elect us, you elect them. And perhaps that means that they are better pay attention, don't you think? Now, what they do about it, I don't know. But I don't know that we're doing them any favors by keeping it to ourselves and not sending it to the town council. So as I say, I'm not opposed to it, and if we vote in favor of it, it's not going to upset me, but I don't think personally that that's the way to go.
Other comments? Okay, we actually we have no motion, so anybody that wants to try a motion can do that as well. But if you have a comment, Commissioner Sayak?
My primary concern tonight is to make sure that those that are most affected. And I say, as townwide, I think we will all be affected. I think we all have townwide goals of affordable housing. But it's clear that those that are directly impacted, those that live adjacent to it, those that have to drive by it, those that are within 300 feet, were not noticed. And we can have a discussion, a philosophical one, in what is the proper way of noticing. But I think for me, the most effective way to move forward and trying to be efficient and pragmatic is that there has to, I don't think this is an effective forum, frankly. I think for people to have their questions answered, there needs to be one-on-one discussion. I don't think this format is the appropriate way to have that. So I do think an informal session with staff is probably the best way for the residents to completely understand what the AHOZ zones will mean to them. I think if it is set out far enough, and it's difficult because we now have the holidays, but if it's set out far enough, they can then walk their own neighborhoods, they can get the appropriate people. So for me, the question is, can we push back? Understanding town council is ultimately the decision makers. How far can we push back their meeting so that those here tonight who did not get appropriate notice can have adequate time to study it, to reach out to their own neighborhoods, and to really be strategic and formulate what kind of questions and what kind of answers they need to hear from us to make informed decisions when they do go to the town council and go to that meeting?
I think that's a question, and I agree. I think the best strategy would be to push the council meeting out. I can't tell you when that would occur now. It's probably going to be January. And in the interim, then have time to be able to do an article in the paper or a big ad in the paper and do a town hall meeting, not before the Planning Commission, with staff. So we would have plenty of opportunity after the Thanksgiving holiday and before we get too close to the Christmas holiday to hold some type of meeting here. And get more information out on our website as well. And then postpone the council meeting until it'll be in January. I would think it'll probably be normally they don't have a first meeting, it'll probably be the second meeting of January, which would be 2 months' time from now.
In addition to what you've just mentioned, how in particular, because that's a fine idea, but if I were in the audience, I'd say, so when's it going to be? How are they going to be sure that they get like an email notice or an effective notice that says this is the day of you can come in and ask staff your questions, or this is the day that the town council meeting is going to occur? I guess the couple of methods that we talked about, we will do an advertisement in the paper. We will also put on what's new of our town website, and I can also provide my email address, and I'm the contact person. Of course, we'll re-notice everyone when we go before the town council, everyone within 500 feet. Then those 900 notices will go out again, and the paper notices will occur again, but we could do some additional noticing in the paper to provide, maybe run 2 notices in the paper prior to the town council meeting rather than our standard one. So I think we could do extra noticing. I can't give you a date because I have to work those dates through the town manager's office. So I'm going to guesstimate it'll probably be the second meeting in January, which I doubt we have that up there yet. 22nd. So it'd probably be the 22nd of January, but I cannot confirm that until I have some feedback from the town manager's office. And could I ask you also, just as a suggestion for your website or whatever your contact is, as you know, I'm not a fan of PowerPoints, but I thought yours was very informative. So you might want to paste that onto whatever you put up, because it does answer some basic questions about the HOZ. Does anyone want to try a motion? Commissioner Sayak?
It's more procedural for either staff or town attorney. How do we move this forward? See, if I were forced to make a decision tonight, I would be hesitant to recommend an approval if I'm uncomfortable with where things are standing now. So procedurally, how can I move this forward without necessarily giving it an approval? Or
what I'd recommend is that in your action, to direction or your recommendation to the town council that you give staff additional direction then to hold additional public outreach so that you'll be satisfied that that outreach will occur. If the Planning Commission were to continue this item tonight, because our agendas are full with some pretty big items, you wouldn't be hearing this again until January, and then the council probably wouldn't get it until February or March. So I think the best way to handle it that meets all needs would be for the Planning Commission in their recommendation to also direct, so to add another bullet and direct staff to hold additional outreach.
Thank you, Ms. Rooney. My question is, that sounds fine, but if the recommendation is approve it, then sort of what's the point if I'm sitting in the audience? It's a done deal. So does the Planning Commission have the option to forward a matter to the town council that has all the notes, has all the comments, has what you talked about with the staff outreach, but does not contain, it just forwards without recommendation, but here's what we did, and here's what we want staff to do? Can we do that?
I might have our town attorney comment on that, but I do believe that the council would want to hear the Planning Commission's recommendation. I think that's very important. We have a land use matter as well as the code amendment. We have a land use matter in terms of the GPA. So I do believe it's important that the council get your recommendation. But I'd like Judith to go ahead and comment on that too.
Hearing your concerns, one of the key goals of the Planning Commission is to discuss an item and forward a recommendation to council. As you've heard in your joint meetings with the council, that is typically what they're looking for. What I think I hear the disconnect is whether that has to be a consensus recommendation. So even if you can't formulate a single motion or a consensus recommendation, if you are going to move it forward, then council would want some sort of recommendation, even if it were in pieces and parts and not a general approval. You've done that before on a couple of items where you've gotten stuck on certain issues that you think are the council's purview, but they are generally looking for the Planning Commission to give them guidance based on your education and knowledge and experience dealing with the town code, general plan, and your expertise. But that's certainly a range of options for the Planning Commission tonight.
Could our recommendation take the form of, we think it's very important that further notice happen with the community because the following items have been items of concern. The Planning Commission, has heard this, and we recommend that staff hold outreach, and we think it's important that the decision be made by the town council. Can we have a recommendation that takes that form rather than adopt it or don't adopt it? Because the reason to do the further outreach, in my mind, and to do the staff reports is to get people the opportunity to study these things, decide whether they want what they want to say about it, decide what it means, and then come forward and speak about what that is. In my mind, if the recommendation is no, then everybody goes, yay, and then they don't come again. Or if the recommendation is yes, they think, why did I waste my time tonight, and I'm not going to staff outreach because the Planning Commission has already told the town council to do it. So my concern is that, well, if really what I'm hearing, not the consensus because we haven't asked everybody, but I know that Commissioner O'Donnell wants it to just go forward, but I'm not sure in what form. But there has been a concern about getting people to understand this. So I guess it's, why does it have to be a thumbs up or a thumbs down? Can it be, and do this and then consider it?
One of the things that the council looks for from the Planning Commission, and one of the guiding goals for the Planning Commission, is to give a recommendation based on the expertise of the Planning Commission on a project. So what council's generally looking for from this commission is your thoughts and opinions regarding the proposal. So even if you can't come up with a single motion, they still would be looking for direction from Planning Commission as to whether you think the sites are appropriate or the density is appropriate or the substance of the matter before you. While you could forward a recommendation as you propose, and that's certainly the Planning Commission's decision tonight, any substance that it would contain would likely be more helpful for council and generally what they're looking for.
Okay, does anybody want to try a motion? Commissioner O'Donnell.
I just want to ask a question before a motion is made. It seems to me that because at least some of us, not I, have spent so much time working on this and have come up with a unanimous recommendation at their last meeting, that what we're saying tonight is these people have not been heard, and they should be heard. But as far as the council is concerned, I guess we're saying to the council, let's have a special meeting so everybody can have a more thorough discussion. But based on what we know, not having had that, we think the recommendations are proper. In other words, we're allowing for the fact that the comments may have impact, but we don't have the comments. We heard this tonight, but largely we're saying they need more input. They need more exchange. To the extent that this is our last chance to let the council know what we think, I haven't heard anybody say that what you did in this process is wrong, erroneous, weak. So we're all saying maybe there's something out there, maybe it's going to change. But I don't know why we can't say that. Based on what we know as of tonight, it would be our recommendation that you do that, subject, however, to the meeting occurring and you, the council, receiving the input from that meeting. So that's a suggestion, but that gets around the hurdle of prejudging because we're conditioning our judgment on the information yet to be established. So,
would you like to try to convert that to a motion?
Yes.
Please do.
Bear with me for a minute. I just put this back together, thinking we weren't going to do that. All right. I would make a recommendation, motion for a recommendation, that we make the required findings, which are set forth in Exhibit 9. We make a recommendation to the Town Council for approval of the general plan amendment, which is stated in Exhibit 2. We forward a recommendation to the Town Council for approving of the zoning code amendment, which is Exhibit 1. Forward a recommendation to the Town Council for approval of the 5 ordinances applying the AHOZ to 5 sites listed in reports Exhibits 3 through 7. Forward a recommendation to the Town Council for approval of the resolution approving the Affordable Housing Overlay Zone Design Guidelines, it's Exhibit 8. Forward a recommendation to the Town Council for approval of the addendum to the General Plan Environmental Impact Report, which is Exhibit 10. Subject, however, to prior to the meeting with the Town Council, our staff meeting with the interested parties, including the people here tonight, to receive, 1, to disseminate to them any information they may have which would be relevant, 2, to receive from the people here tonight their comments, and 3, then to have the staff report back to the Town Council the results of that, and obviously to receive the public testimony of anybody who appears before the Town Council. That would be my motion.
Okay, is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Talsfor.
I second that. That was beautifully done. I think it captures what we all talked about tonight, what we heard from the public, and certainly from the people that worked on the general plan committee for this.
Other comments or questions on the motion? Commissioner Erickson. Oh, are you comment or question? Or I'm not calling the question yet. Comments or questions regarding the motion?
So my only concern is, as Commissioner Bourgeois knows I have great admiration for what the General Plan Committee does and to have no problem with the program as outlined. I wondered myself, and wonder even more tonight, about item number 4, which is identifying the 5 specific sites, which is a different question than the adoption of the program itself. And if I understand right, the only part of the motion that is specific about the sites would be the part that's referred to in item number 4. Is that correct? Because the other parts of it don't specify the specific sites. The design guidelines, for example, don't specify the specific sites. Oh, do they? Okay, so it's all embedded. Okay, I was trying to remember from reading it, so, okay.
Other comments or questions on the motion? Okay, I'm going to call the question. It's been moved to recommend to the Town Council with the caveats that Commissioner O'Donnell indicated about outreach to the community and staff meeting and dissemination of information, and seconded by Commissioner Talsfor. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
Abstain? The motion passes 5 to 1. Sorry, I can't even count it out. 6 to 1.
Commissioner Talsper, I apologize. I was looking at Commissioner.
Whoever I am.
Actually,
yes, I can't count.
I voted nay.
Okay, 5 to 2. Sorry. Commissioner Sayoc and Commissioner Erickson opposed. All right, thank you very much for your patience, Commissioner, Ms. Rooney.
I just wanted to announce that we are sending a sign-up sheet around so we can make sure that we get contact information from everyone here. So please make sure that they put their name and contact on the sign-up sheet.
Please do, and then you'll get emails from the staff.
That's what I was going to ask. Could you be sure that we're also copied on those notices, that the planning commissioners are copied on the notice, the emails? How you're going to take addresses, right? I would just like to be kept informed.
Okay.
All right.
Yes.
All right.
So if you're interested, please make sure that you sign up, and you'll get emails, and I hope that you will get, as soon as there is a date for the town council meeting or the staff meeting, I'm hopeful that that will be communicated to you. So thank you very much for your patience. Thank you very much for your input. We really appreciate it. We actually have a couple more things we have to do before we can leave. Which is a report from the Director of Community Development.
So I have 3 quick items. On November 5th, the council approved the zoning code amendment for 114 Royce. They introduced the ordinance amendment to allow personal service or office on the ground floor of the rear 2 suites of that site that the Planning Commission reviewed. They also considered and granted an exception to the story pole policy for the Albright Way Office Park, allowing them to use mechanical lifts to represent the height of the buildings rather than full story poles, given public safety issues and then issues of continued use of the site by the existing tenants. And then lastly, we just wanted to mention that on December 3rd, the council is going to hold a study session at 5:30 regarding the draft entertainment ordinance and also potential modifications to the alcoholic beverage policy. December 3rd.
At 5:30?
Study session at 5:30, correct.
Are you going to by email?
I mean, will the Planning Commission get something other than your announcement tonight?
I will make note of that and make sure that you get that.
Okay. And there had been an email going around regarding a possible special meeting on November 28th. Is that on or off?
That is off, given the action
Okay.
regarding the AHOZ tonight.
Okay. I think that's it, unless there's a commission matter. Nope. Yep. Yep. Yep.
You're soon to be moving somewhere. Could we have a little, I don't understand when all this takes place.
Neither do I. As soon as I know, you'll get a notice. I'll mail you a postcard.
That's a strange deal, isn't it? How about our town attorney? Do you know?
She doesn't know either. I'll give you the short answer. The election occurred on November 6th. The Registrar of Voters has 30 days to certify the results of the election. That date would be December 4th. The town traditionally swears in new council members on its first meeting in December, which is December 3rd. So potentially, the Registrar of Voters will not have certified the vote by December 3rd. So there's been discussions with the Registrar of Voters to see if they can perhaps certify the vote. However, those have not reached a conclusion at this point. So it could be December 3rd, it could be a special meeting on December 10th, or it could be December 17th. I don't know. Yeah. Unlikely. Commissioner Bourgeois.
Well, I had the same question. I was going to also offer my congratulations and thank you for your leadership the past year, and we look forward to following you on council.
Thank you very much. I'm not leaving you just yet, but thank you. And with that, we are adjourned. Thank you for your hard work tonight.